Hello everybody and welcome to the Black Forest. I am here in Germany to drive the Porsche RS Spyder, but they said, hey, while you're over here, maybe, you have a little go in 959. And I was like, well, that's okay. I think I could do that. I think I could make the time, So here we are. This is the unbelievable Porsche 959, a car that has somehow in 20 years of doing this evaded me. Never driven a 959 until this morning, and as I will demonstrate, it does not disappoint. This particular 959 is owned by the Porsche Museum, and it has never left Porsche's possession. This car has been with Porsche since new. It is a production car, but a very early one that was kept by the factory for long-term development testing. And by long-term, I mean it has only 19,446 kilometers on it. It is fresh. It's gray with this unbelievable wool interior with this sort of gradient stripe pattern. And it has a sort of experimental leather in it that has metal, like some kind of metallic liquid in the metal, which gives the leather this sort of silvery shine. Pretty wild. The 959 is an incredibly important part of Porsche's history. It was the first all-wheel drive supercar developed from not only Group B rallying, but the Paris to Dakar system. There's so much tech in here that is ahead of its time. It's a 2.8 liter flat six, Motronic injection, air-cooled engine, liquid cool heads. And that came from the 956 race car. It's two turbos, but not twin turbos. They're sequential, and I will demonstrate that. The all-wheel drive system moves power around as necessary, and there's an unbelievable dual gauge setup on the dash here showing what percentage of power is going where. The body is made of aluminum and Kevlar combined. They showed us one of the body mules this morning. It was so amazing. And the floor is made of Nomex. The wheels are magnesium and they are hollow. There were sport and comfort variants. This one is a comfort. The total production was 337 units, which includes 337 prototypes, and then 8 continuation cars produced in 1993 that were made up basically of leftover parts. The historical impact, the cultural impact of the 959 cannot be understated. It was the fastest car in the world, 198 miles an hour at the time. The F40 did beat it eventually, and then the Diablo after that. But in so many ways, for better or worse, as you will see, it's so normal and refined. There's so much to talk about, but let's go for a drive. It's a 6-speed gearbox, but first gear is called the G gear, which stands for Gelände or terrain. It's off-road gear, but it's not really. It's really kind of a regular first gear, as I just learned, because in Switzerland there's a second gear sound test. So rather than making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they made G 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So second gear was, quote, higher up the range, and the car was a little quieter. But you really do, you kind of dogleg first it most of the time anyway. But just to demonstrate, I'll put it in G, and G, as you pull away, feels like a modern first gear. Kind of short, and now we're in the actual 1 gear, which really feels a lot like second. So there's the second turbo. The first turbo comes on around 2,500 RPM, and then it gives way to the second turbo, which comes on like an afterburner around 5. So there's the first turbo. It's a little damp here, but we are on newish tires. And if I go flat, boom, there's the second turbo at around 4,500 RPM. Ha ha! A lot of things familiar to Porsche people. The cabin, for instance, feels pretty much just like a 911, except for the extra knobs to adjust the adaptive suspension and the height of the car. We're on Sport and Low right now. 445 horsepower, which in 1986 was a ton. The Countach with 12 cylinders made 444 horsepower. So with half of those cylinders, wow, when the second turbo comes on, that's when the real goodness happens. This center console and shifter will be familiar to those who have driven 964s. It doesn't look like a G-body center console at all. We have to make a little U-turn here. We're just outside of town. I wish I could say I was very familiar with this terrain, but I am not. So, turning radius is all right for an all-wheel drive car. One thing that's kind of unique, the pedal box, it comes in a little bit on the left, so I have to really be careful where I put my clutch foot. So on the power, first turbo, second turbo. I feel more comfortable going up the hill, hitting that second turbo. Second turbo, wow! Man, when that thing comes on, it's super afterburner-y. Good news, they've got pretty new tires on this car. It's a little damp here in Germany. No problem, though, for the 959 and its incredible all-wheel drive system. The steering is nice, although, of course, as typical Porsches from the era, the wheel doesn't adjust, so it's a little farther away than I'd like. But the seats are really comfortable. Woo! The driving position is great, and this would be a great, great car to take on a long road trip. I'm on third gear, rolling into the power, in between turbos, and then whee! There goes the second one. Oh wow, that's humming right there. Third gear is crazy long. I think third gear might be longer than in the 718 GT4. Third gear is crazy long in this car. Remember, 200-mile-an-hour car. Those last continuation cars, apparently some of them had a little extra power and could crack 2 bills. It didn't count towards the official testing by then, but they said it could do it. The ride is really good. They also did a whole bunch of aerodynamic work. Obviously, the front air dam and the rear wing are totally different from regular 911s, but they also shaved the roof rails, canted back the headlights. They're much more flush with the front bonnet. And there are all kinds of intakes and extractors to keep things cool. Remember, we have water-cooled heads. I feel like it's a little floaty, which might just mean the shocks are a little tired. I mean, there's only 19,000 kilometers. See, my foot hit the top of the dash there. Other G-body cars, Porsches of this era, that doesn't happen to me. That's a unique to this car. Mentally, I don't want to use the G gear because it seems like not a first gear, but in reality, you pretty much can just use it as a first gear. People have told me not to use it, but I really think as long as you're actually going slow, it's like pretty much fine. Down the hill we go. The response, superb. The smoothness. When I drove the Roof Yellowbird, it had sort of a turbine-like quality to it that was really separate from those motorsport grade, raspy, cammy air-cooled motors. And this is kind of like that. I can see how these were sort of developed using turbocharged technology of the time. Just fantastic, though. Easy to heel toe. The brake pedal is really, really firm. Really firm. And there is some lag. So wherever you are at the RPM band, when you hit the throttle, you still have to wait a second or so for that boost to really come on. Man, but when that second one hits, whew. Oh yes, fantastic power. And what a nice, refined experience. And I can do a couple thousand miles in this thing, no problem. AC works. Porsche even put that new cool stereo in. What a treat. I'm behind this Forester towing a little U-Haul here. Maybe I'll just come to a stop and make a gap. It idles perfectly smooth. When I sit here idling, there's so few vibrations in the car. But if I don't use the G gear, right, if I just dogleg first, I got to give it a few more revs and a little bit more of a clutch ride than I'm probably used to. If you're pointing the least bit uphill when you start, then you definitely want to use the G gear so you're not like smoking the clutch. Really easy to heel toe. The brake and the gas pedal are placed perfectly. I mean, they're probably just the same pedals out of the regular car. That seems like an easy thing to reuse. Such a fantastic machine. In the same way when you drive a Nissan Skyline GTR and you go, well, that can't be from 1989. That doesn't make any sense. That feels like a much more modern car. This is like that. It has the refinement of like a 993 turbo, which would have been, fully 10 years later in development. But other than that sequential turbo setup, the 993 obviously had the twins, so the power band was different. It was a much flatter power band. This is not a flat power band. It's big power, slight dip, bigger power, and that is absolutely awesome. Yeah, the G gear is really a lot like what first gear would be in a modern car. Well, before we end this video, we're going to do a first gear pull from 3. Here we go. Turbo 1. Turbo 2! Turbo 1. Turbo 2! Turbo 1. The hardest thing about this car is that it's so valuable because you just want to send it. I want to send it, but it's like $2 million plus, and I can't escape that. Man, do I understand why people pay all the money for these. That is, I don't want to say it was ever a mystery of the universe, because the car, its history, its low production, its advanced technology, all the things that make it special, you go, yeah, of course, that's why it's crazy expensive. But now that I have the impressions of driving it seared into my brain, now there's another reason. Woo! Now it's not just a collectible. Now it is one of the great driver's cars. And I get that. Now, are there downsides? Sure. My friend Jeff Zwart had one of these. Bought it when they were still reasonably priced. And I don't mean cheap, I just mean reasonable. Sold it when they were very valuable. And said even then he somehow lost money on it because they are horrifyingly expensive to maintain. Even more expensive to maintain than a Carrera GT. So think about that. The maintenance on these is ridiculous and not for the faint of heart. And so to that degree, when I say it's normal for better or worse, like my Countach, yes, the maintenance is insane, but the experience of driving it is so overwhelming. It's all consuming. It's beyond insane. Whereas this is brilliant and rewarding and does not disappoint at all. But to sit here, and after a while, it probably does feel kind of normal, for better or worse. Now, that may be great if you want to put a ton of miles on a car, road trip it, or really connect with this advanced technology from the 1980s. But if you want to snap necks and all that, if you want to be the winner, then it's a lot of money to buy and a lot of money to keep going. But as an experience, holy shnikes. If I can implore you to drive somebody else's at least once or twice in your life, you will not forget it, because it's incredible. Shout out to Porsche for letting me have a go. Just an incredible experience. I'm sorry this video is kind of stripped down. I have a very short period of time to drive this car. I didn't have time to do all the drive-bys and stuff, but I wanted to share my time behind the wheel of a 959 with you guys, and I hope it's been rewarding, because it was for me. Bye.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app, available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
Maybe it's true. The dumbest things are actually the best things. Oh my God, this is awesome. Yes. Oh.
The idea of the press launch isn't new. You ship your cars and your journalists to a gorgeous location where the drive can be memorably idyllic, the photographs exotic, and the food and drink exceptional. You want local, but not too local. Mint tea local, not botulism local. Welcome to Eritrea, a city of just under 100,000 people, an equidistant 4 hours drive from all three of Morocco's major hubs. We've touched down at the end of a 48-hour journey, and we've been welcomed with tea and baked goods and one of the coolest factory production cars of all time, the new Porsche 911 Dakar. They wanted to use the name Safari, but it was actually taken by Tata, of all people. There is nowhere more appropriate for the Dakar than right here, the gateway to the Sahara Desert, in a place that was part of the actual Dakar rally route 15 years ago. In this video, I'll show you why Porsche has gotten this concept as close to perfect as I've ever seen, as well as why the Dakar is the perfect press launch vehicle, and why I seem like the perfect customer for one.
Oh my God, you can't see a thing.
But I'm not.
Hey folks, today's video is brought to you by Surfshark VPN, and there are so many reasons that you would want to use Surfshark VPN, one of which I'm actually using right now while in Morocco filming the 911 Dakar. We all know by now that your internet service provider tracks everything you do online. They know where you are, they know where you're asking directions for. If you buy a pair of shoes on your web browser, you get an ad for it later on your Instagram. Mailing lists, cookies, you name it, your ISP knows it about you. A VPN like Surfshark hides all that. It masks your identity online, keeping your private business yours. Now, most of the time, your ISP tracking you is like an inconvenience, like my shopping example. But let's say it's more of a security thing, like you want freedom on the internet in a country that doesn't necessarily have freedom on the internet. You see what I'm saying? A VPN will trick your service provider into thinking you're somewhere else, opening up the internet to you and keeping your private things private while browsing. I use Surfshark VPN for other stuff too. Like, let's say I'm here in Morocco and I wanted to check in on the security cameras at my house or my shop. To do that, those systems need to think I'm on site. So I use Surfshark VPN to set my location there. That way my internet here will behave exactly as if I was on location, allowing me to check in on my security at my home and on my employees at the shop. Once you start using Surfshark, your whole internet experience changes, and you can check it out now. Surfshark is giving you 83% off and 3 months free by hitting the link in the video description and using code SMOKINGTIRE. It's that easy. You'll never go back. And thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring today's 911 Dakar video from Morocco.
To turn a standard 911 GTS into a Dakar is, as one might describe, a perfectly cooked reverse-seared ribeye. Simple, but not easy. All 2,500 911 Dakars will start as PDK-equipped GTS 4 coupes, a car I described last year as the fastest Porsche road car you will ever find a practical use for. The turbocharged engine makes 473 horsepower and 420 pound-feet of torque, and its only modification for the Dakar is a reinforced air filter, for all the sand.
I can't see anything.
Thanks to clever uses of technology and math, even though the Dakar has big, meaty all-terrain tires and metal skid plates underneath it for protection, it only weighs 10 kilograms more than the GTS on which it's based. The heavy stuff on the bottom is offset by very light stuff on the top, such as a carbon bonnet from the GT3, lightweight glass, and carbon bucket seats. The weight distribution means it probably won't barrel roll down a dune like a big turbo Nissan Patrol. As the former owner of a Safari 911, an air-cooled G-body Porsche modified for loose surface fun, I have some experience with the concept of the Porsche rally car, mainly that it is very, very good. The formula, whether building an old car or a brand new one, is pretty straightforward. Lift it, add grip, and protect things.
The thing is, Porsche haven't just lifted a 911. You could lift a 911 in the aftermarket and have a car that looks like this, but when Porsche does a project like the Dakar, it's about the total package. So they've changed the cooling, they've changed the front and rear bumpers to optimize the departure angle, they've built skid plates, they've built a lift system for all 4 wheels that is based on the nose lifting system, so it's hydraulic but it can raise to the full height in just 9 seconds. They've integrated the PASM, the torque vectoring, the brake vectoring, the gearbox, the steering, all in a way that is optimized for this setup and these tires. Now, I'm not saying those things couldn't be done in the aftermarket. They probably could, but it would be a lot more annoying, a lot more expensive, and take a lot more time than just buying the Dakar from the factory. And in that way, it's actually quite a good value.
With a home-built Safari car, there will be compromises. Manual steering wasn't meant to move heavy off-road tires. An aggressive differential can clunk when parking or making tight turns, and my strong clutch was a heavy one. Then there's the long travel shocks, which can make an agile sports car feel lazy and imprecise on the tarmac. But in today's world, technology solves that problem. Optimizing all aspects of the car for the Pirelli all-terrain tires, Porsche recalibrated the electric steering, so it still feels normal and precise on the road. And of course, the adaptive shocks, despite their extra length, offer fantastic body control even on tarmac. The result is a car that, fitted with these off-road tires, will run the same time around the Nürburgring as a 996 GT3. Then you turn off the road and it can do this.
Oh my God, this rules. What a world when the off-road vehicles and the SUVs are turning into supercars, and the supercars are turning into off-roaders. It is incredible. Sahara Desert, base of a massive dune, Morocco, deep sand, 911. Oh, big slide, big rooster tail. You know, what's really interesting about driving sports cars on loose surfaces is if they have good dynamics on the tarmac, they will typically also have good dynamics on the loose surface. And that is true for the 911. Just because it's taller and just because it has off-road tires, you can still transfer the weight brilliantly. You can still get the power down with the all-wheel drive and the rear engine configuration. And the positive effects of rear steer, which are good on the tarmac, are fantastic in the loose stuff. It really lets you rotate that car on power, and it eliminates a lot of the negative effects of the all-wheel drive system. And there are some negative effects of the all-wheel drive. If you want to rotate the back around, the all-wheel drive actually does take away some of that. And that is where the rear steer really comes in handy. Ah, what's... Yes! The all-wheel drive is programmed so brilliantly that it behaves just like a rear drive car when you want it to, and then it behaves like an all-wheel drive car when you need it to. You know, it doesn't look like much. Porsche showed that portal axle special that Romain Dumas was driving, and then this, and it seemed like a step backwards. But this is shockingly capable. The full skid plates keep you from bottoming out. The long travel shocks have a really, really exceptional amount of ground clearance, the same as a Cayenne. The breakover angle is the same as a Cayenne. Oh, Habibi. Oh, Habibi. The dunes. They've recalibrated the steering, but it's still massively sharp and responsive, and it's great when it comes time to counter steer. Power! Oh, the turbo's still making that great sound. Why would you want an off-road 911? After doing this, why wouldn't you want an off-road 911? The desert is one of the last places on Earth without real rules. The 911 has so surpassed what is legal, morally acceptable, and even possible on the street. You can't just send it on the street in a 911, but in the desert, massive slides, massive rooster's tails, massive, oh my God, this is awesome. Oh my God, this is awesome. Yes. Oh, oh, I am Walter Roll. Weight transfer. Oh, yes. This is the shit. You really learn when you're out here in the sand and it's the loosest possible surface just how good the dynamics are of a 911, because it's so intuitive. You know, the learning curve is like nothing. Oh, Habibi! Sick. Woo! Over crest, can't see. Wow. Wow. Oh, Habibi. Oh, left over crest. Reverse entry. This is the dopest shit ever. In case you're wondering, what is worth flying 2 days to get to a press launch each way? This. Right there, that was the bump stop. It makes a noise, but it's not bad. It's okay. Oh, plant. Surf the wave up the side. That was the Kelly Slater right there. It is amazing that something that so many people think is stupid, and even I think it's a little stupid, is actually the best thing ever.
For literal years, we've been complaining about the fact that exotic sports cars are now all so fast that exploring their limits is outright dangerous to the average enthusiast. No more. The Dakar, in a setting where it's totally legal, will move around in the most fantastic of ways.
You know, I might not have what it takes to drive a GT3 RS so far beyond the limit when the consequences are a wall, you know, a totaling of the car. But to come out on a loose surface, sand, or snow, or gravel, and just fling this thing around, I mean, that's when you really appreciate a Porsche. You can appreciate a Porsche at low speeds. The build quality and the heritage and the feel of the engine, you don't have to be going fast to get that. But when you get to go over the limit in a 911, it's magic. Magic. And that's what the Dakar is for. It's for going over the limit safely, all seasons, all the time. And in that way, it might be the perfect sports car.
The rally driving mode helps you step the back out, but can also perform sub 4-second 0 to 60 runs on gravel. The weight distribution keeps those rear tires gripping when you need it, and the torque curve, like a dining room table, means you can smash the throttle even at low RPM and dig your way out of the sand like a boss. All I needed with this car was 6 minutes and a sand dune, and I was waiting for the first sign of cell service to call my dealer and ask about allocations. It is truly and honestly that much fun. It took me over 2 days to get here. It will take me 2 days to get home, and in just a few minutes with one of these on the sand, I learned it was worth it. And if you can afford one, it's certainly worth the $225,000 plus options that they want for it. But then I changed my mind. I thought about my own safari car and my Ford Raptor before that. Because even though the Dakar is very nice on the road and would make a good daily driver in the city, I'm not going to make the time to go out to the desert and beat up my own car. I'm not going to be the guy who can treat a $250,000 car like it's disposable, as customers of this car absolutely should. Hell, you should have to apply to buy one of these and prove you are going to rip it mercilessly up dirt, snow, and gravel every chance you get. And for the 10 or 15% of Dakar owners who take the time and burn the cash doing exactly that, you have my utmost respect. But we all know most owners won't. They will flip them, not roll them. They will park them, not send them. They will show them, not throw them. And that's all right. But like Bob Dylan said, it ain't me, babe. I may have only gotten one night in Morocco and 2 chances to really huck the Dakar around a dune as hard as I wanted, and it took so long to get here that I can't possibly make any money on this gig. But it was worth it. The perfect press launch. A sick yurt, some mint tea, and a chance to drive a car as hard as possible in a perfect, unrepeatable setting without being remotely responsible for that car in the long term. And that's where I have to leave it.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
In this video, I will answer 3 key questions. Whee! Why should you get a GTS versus an S, and where should you avoid it? What should you or why you should get a cabriolet versus a coupe or a Targa, and how would I spec my personal 992 out?
Folks, I love nothing more than a great cup of coffee. I have several of them a day, and that's why it makes me so happy to be sponsored by a company like Cometeer. You may have seen us in a previous video out in the middle of nowhere with the Rivian R1T doing an easy Cometeer brew using nothing but a electric kettle and a cup. It's great. I love Cometeer, but summer is here, and so we're going to do an iced coffee. And that's where Cometeer really comes in handy, because with normal coffee, you got to brew it hot and then get it cold. It's an extra step. It takes time. Or you got to do cold brew, which takes overnight, basically. But with Cometeer, all you have to do is thaw out one of their easy-to-use capsules, turn it into a liquid, pour it in your cup, and add water, and you have instantly made a delightful cup of iced coffee. Boom, done. That took me 30 seconds. Absolutely delicious. Got plenty of caffeine in there for you, although they have a decaffeinated option. And there are so many flavors to choose from. Single origin from all over the world, different regions. It is really, really delicious stuff. And Cometeer has a special deal for you. $30 off your first order in June. Hit the link in the video description to get some for yourself. Try all the flavors. Brew it hot, brew it cold, take it with you, have coffee in the middle of nowhere. It is totally versatile, and I love Cometeer, so thanks to them for sponsoring today's video.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the middle of the desert. I mean, really, the middle of the desert. We are outside of the outside of Pahrump, Nevada, and I'm on my way to go drive the Audi RS3, but I'm getting there in the 911 GTS Cabriolet. I've covered a lot of 911s, but it seems like you guys want me to cover all of the 911s, so here we are with another variant. The GTS Cabriolet is a cool car. Very cool car, and in this video I will answer 3 key questions. Why should you get a GTS versus an S, and where should you avoid it? What should you or why you should get a cabriolet versus a coupe or a Targa, and how would I spec my personal 992 out? Those are the 3 questions I'm getting to. Boilerplate items. The GTS cab is a very tarted up S with some exclusive options. You get a 3-liter twin-turbo flat 6, just like the S, but it makes 473 horsepower at 6,500 RPM. That's 23 more than an S. 420 torque from 2,300 to 5,000 RPM, and that's 15 more than the S. It does that by making a little bit of extra boost. That's software, basically software. Depending on your GTS spec, 0 to 60 between 3.2 and 3.4, top speed between 190 and 193. Fast car. It's a fast car. The GTS's exclusive equipment, you start with Sport Seats Plus. You get brakes, steel brakes off the turbo. You get PASM Sport with a 10mm drop. That's Porsche Active Suspension Management, 10mm drop. Standard Sport exhaust, center locking wheels. First time those are available on a non-GT car or turbo. Black badges and accents. And that gets you to your base price for the cab of $149,000. As tested, this one has full leather, the long-range fuel tank, rear steer, black brakes, PDCC, Porsche Dynamic Chassis Control, nose lift, cooled seats, yellow contrast stitching, 18-way adaptive sport seats, and the premium package, which is the surround view camera and some driver assist items, although notably not radar cruise control. That gets you to $176,000. Big money? Yes, indeedy it is. But as you will see, you get quite a lot of car. So, it's a nice day out. It's hot, but let's go top down, baby. Top goes down in about, I don't know, 12, 13 seconds. I haven't timed it. Short enough that you could do it at a red light, and you can do it while moving slowly, so you won't get stuck at that red light. We're in sport mode, which I like driving on the street. We're going to go to manual, and we're just going to start with a launch. This rear-wheel drive car will hook up nice. Actually, I'll have to go to Sport Plus for that. And for the launch, you don't want manual because you don't want to hit the rev. So automatic for the launch, and here we go. Launch control, and we're gone. Hooks up nice. Feeling good. And we are in the desert, so our speed is heavily masked. Wide open spaces out here, folks. Back to manual mode. Sport suspension is where I like it. This is a lovely car. It's lovely for the canyons. It's lovely for daily driving. It's lovely for eating up miles. The GTS, it's sort of the ideal Carrera-based street car before the MSRP gets completely out of control with the turbos and before you get too much into the motorsport theater of the race car. The turbo power band is very wide, making it very usable for all types of terrain. We're up at around 4,000 feet today, so you don't have the power loss you would have in a naturally aspirated car. 21-inch center lock wheels with Pirelli P0 tires. They're not a crazy tire, just a sport tire, which is good because I actually had to drive through a rainstorm. I drove in quite a few different conditions: hot, cold, wet, dry, fog. And what I love about this car is how not precious it is. You know, it's special when people see it, they love it, they smile, they wave. It has the fizz. It feels great to drive, but at the same time, it can also be just a car, which I love, because I wouldn't buy a 992 GTS as my special once in a while car. I'd buy it as my everyday car. It's amazing how just usable it is as a car. Whee! Whoa! Big numbers. We're actually going to whip around and go the other way because that's the only bit of curves out here. And unless I just want to drive straight for 20 more miles, that's it. But it's a good opportunity to rear steer. See, check this out. Look at the turning radius. Very good. Excellent for parking. It's weird that rear steer is not standard in this. In a GTS, I feel like it should be. Everyone should get it. It is helpful. It helps with the stability. It helps in the parking lots. Helps everywhere. 8-speed PDK is excellent, as always. The difference in the weight, right? So this is 154 pounds more than a coupe, right? Then you have a plus 87 pounds for PDK versus manual. So the lightest coupe you could get, Carrera-based, is like 235 pounds lighter than this, but a PDK Targa 4S GTS is like in the 37s, so this kind of splits the difference. Plus the extra weight, unlike the Targa, is down low, not up high like that big piece of glass with the Targa and the more rigid roof. Even with the top down, pretty refined experience. I've driven a lot. I've probably driven 60% of my week with the top down, and I think that's about right. When you put the top up, it really quiets down. There's hard panels that make up the top, so it's soft on the outside and hard on the inside, like my soul. So if I put the top up now at 20 miles an hour, I'm going 20. So the top's gonna come up, and we'll see what the refinement is like with the top up. Windows closed, come on, come on, come on. Okay, so now we've got our top up. The GTS has reduced sound deadening versus the Carrera S, but it might be a little offset by this extended leather package. And then it's, you know, it ping-pongs back. Well, the convertible is louder than the coupe, but the extended leather adds this. And I just got out of a Turbo S lightweight, which was even louder. So my frame of reference is like way off. But if you're crossing the desert at a very high speed, still a pretty refined place to be in here. This is kind of rigid. So it actually, when you touch it, it feels like a coupe, more so than some other cars with a soft top. The downshifts, every gear, every time. We don't need to rehash how good PDK is. And we'll take one more run back over the hill with the top up, just so you can see. I realize my road is very short, but otherwise it's just driving across the straight desert, and is that, what am I going to do with that? That's not interesting, is it either? So, you never have to turn off traction control. The traction control is so uninvasive that unless you're really, really at the limit on a track day or a skid pad and you really want to find the limit, you never really have to take it off. It's a very, very fast car. I mean, a wide open desert does not show you the number that was on there. Believe you me, it doesn't. And with these adaptive sports seats, super comfortable for hours. If you wanted to high-speed bonsai it across the desert, LA to Vegas to Palm Springs, you could just be flying in this thing. Listening to podcasts and actually getting pretty impressive fuel economy. I got from Los Angeles to Baker this morning in less than half a tank of fuel, which is pretty exceptional. Granted, I've got the extended range fuel tank, but considering the performance of this car, the highway fuel economy is very good. And in fact, of my 545 miles of driving so far in this thing, I've averaged 21 miles per gallon. And that's city, highway, canyons, major traffic jam. It's really been very, very impressive how efficient this thing is if you let it do its thing. Having said that, the start-stop technology, although I know what it's for, it sucks. I hate it in the city. So I usually leave it in sport in the city so the start-stop doesn't come on and the engine just stays running. Once I'm out on the freeway, I like to leave it in normal mode so it gets to the 8th gear. But in the city, I don't really like how lazy it is. So even that pretty good fuel economy number is despite me using sport mode in the city. Over crest. Whee! Oh wow, that's big speeds. Car's really quick, you guys. It's really, really quick. And in 97% of circumstances, the turbo doesn't get you anything else besides bragging rights. The wider front tires give you a little better turn in. It's a little bit sharper. It's definitely faster. The numbers go up faster. I mean, the turbo has like 180 extra horsepower over this, the Turbo S. But how often are you using that? Very, very rarely. So let's go back to our questions. Why should you get a GTS versus an S? You should get a GTS versus an S if you spend your time driving canyons on the weekends with the occasional track day. If your main driving is commuting, road trips, just cruising around, especially in combination with the convertible, maybe you just get the S, because the stuff that makes the GTS better, the stiffer suspension, the center locking wheels, it's cool, but it doesn't really help you on a day-to-day level. I leave the shocks in soft, and you could save that money and maybe apply it to some other options that might better suit your lifestyle. So, special car for weekends, GTS. Everyday commuter, road tripper, long distance cruiser, probably just the S, and maybe get yourself an aftermarket tune or get some of the options in the GTS. So why should you get a cab versus a coupe or a Targa? The coupe is the most rigid and also the lightest. The Targa looks cool, the roof is cool, I get it, but it really does feel substantially heavier and softer than the coupe. So if you are going to be bombing canyons, if you want to really feel that performance, but you want the roof down, the cab, the convertible, feels more like a coupe than it does like a Targa to drive, but you get to put the roof down, okay? Whereas the Targa just feels a lot heavier, softer. It's nice for touring, still a lovely car, but you can really feel that weight. Whereas this one, the soft top car, you don't really feel the weight versus the coupe. You just feel a little bit of lack of rigidity, which is accentuated by the stiffer suspension, okay? And how would I build mine? I drove a 992 Carrera S Cabriolet, not a GTS, an S, with a manual gearbox and some options, sport exhaust and sport seats, I think was it, and nose lift. And that was the ultimate grand touring Porsche. I'd want to do road trips in that car. The canyons, it was fun. If I was going to get a GTS, I'd probably want to get the coupe, because the GTS coupe is like GT3 light. It's a high performance car that feels engaging and sporty, maximally so, but without the kind of headaches you get with the GT3, the dartiness, the stiffness, and it has that turbo power band that'll help you at altitude. So I would stick with the coupes for the GTS. I would get a Cabriolet manual S, and the Targa looks great, but I don't really think it's for me. Maybe the Targa if it was a commuter car, daily driver in 4 seasons, where I really wanted that extra insulation. But lovely thing. Obviously the options add up. This thing has $27,000 in options on it, and you could have more. I mean, you could easily add $10,000 or $15,000 more. But I love doing the spread, guys. I love trying all these different cars, all these different variants, and I hope if you watch to the end of this video, it could help you decide which one might be best for you. So thank you to Porsche for letting me have this thing for a week. I'm sorry if I've done more miles than I was supposed to. I forgot to ask how many I was allowed, but well, we're in the middle of the desert now, so thanks to you guys for watching, and I'll see you later. Bye.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
There's very little body roll.
Yeah.
Very little. I mean, it almost feels like...
God, look who's behind us.
Oh.
There's a Camaro right behind us driving up our ass that performed some of the worst driving we have ever seen this morning.
Yeah,
I'm going to pull out of the way because this guy is going to have a crash.
Hey folks, today's video is brought to you by a cool new app called Uproad. Uproad is changing the toll paying game. Nobody likes to pay tolls, right? But what's worse than paying tolls is having to sit in that cash line, getting a bill in the mail later, or worse, a toll violation from running the wrong side of it. With Uproad, all you've got to do is download the app, connect your form of payment, and you're ready to drive nationwide. It'll alert you when you're coming on a toll booth. You can pay through your phone. It's very slick. It's very easy. It works in any car, right? So not just your car, but a rental car on the other side of the country, your friend's car. There's no toll tag. There's no extra hardware. It's just right there on your phone. It's a really slick, cool little thing that I can't wait to use when I'm on my travels. I don't have to pay the rental car fees when I rent a car and go through a toll booth. It's great. It's really helpful. And right now, if you hit the link in the description and use code TST2022, we'll put that down there. We're going to give you $10 to use on tolls when you download the Uproad app. So get it today, and thanks to Uproad for sponsoring today's video.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the shady side of Little Tahunga. Beautiful, beautiful morning today. And we only, unfortunately, get one day with the all-new Porsche Macan T.
Yeah.
So we are trying to make the most of it. In this video, we will try to answer three very important questions. Does a $63,000 four-cylinder crossover feel like a real Porsche? Important question number one. Two, should you spend $63,000 on a four-cylinder crossover with a Porsche badge on it? And three, if you decided you wanted a Macan in the $60,000 range, should you get the T with its handling focus setup, or should you spring for a base model S with the twin-turbo V6, but none of the handling stuff? And fewer goodies, indeed. Boilerplate items about the Macan T. As with other Porsche T variants, the formula is pretty well known at this point. You take the base engine, you put in the suspension and options from the GTS model to make it handle as well as possible, and then you throw in some exclusive trim items, like in this case a Zoot Suit pinstripe seat, a gray lip, and a gray little wing in the back.
Yeah, and they do like black window surrounds. Like it's kind of murdered out, but it's like some specific aesthetic stuff in addition to handling stuff.
Right. The base model four-cylinder engine is the E888. That's shared with the GTI and the Golf R, although in this trim, Porsche Tune, it makes 261 horsepower from 5,000 to 6,500 RPM and 295 pound-feet of torque, 1,800 to 4,500 RPM. Pretty good power band, nice and wide. It's got the 7-speed PDK gearbox. Of course, the engine is mounted longitudinally in the Porsche with a rear-biased all-wheel drive system.
And they've tuned the all-wheel drive system slightly for the T.
Yes.
A little bit more rear bias than the normal Macan.
And this one has Porsche torque vectoring. Porsche torque vectoring is optional on the T. It's not standard. What's standard is the Sport Chrono package, which is the Sport Response, your drive mode selector on the steering wheel, the little stopwatch on the dash, as well as PASM, that's Porsche Active Suspension Management. It's got the air suspension, which is both height and firmness adjustable. And you also get the 20-inch wheels from the S as standard. Other than that, it is a Macan.
Yeah,
it is a Macan, and we've done plenty of Macan things. So we've talked about Macans a lot, but handling options with the base engine. Let's see if it is good in the canyons. They've moved the manual mode onto the steering wheel. You don't slide the shifter over anymore. You just hit the button on the wheel. So we're in the highest performance setting. Here we go.
Is our suspension in the lowest setting?
It is.
Okay.
We're in full spot. What I noticed right away is that even at 4,100 pounds, it gets through these tight corners pretty respectably. The center of gravity feels low. There's not a lot of body roll. And even in the sportiest shock setting, it's still reasonably compliant.
There is very little body roll.
Yeah.
Very little. I mean, it almost feels like...
God, look who's behind us.
Oh.
There's a Camaro right behind us driving up our ass that performed some of the worst driving we have ever seen this morning.
Yeah,
I'm going to pull out of the way because this guy is going to have a crash, and I don't want to be part of it. He cuts mad... Whoa! And there, he almost killed somebody.
Yep.
Right there. So, yeah.
This is his second lap doing this, running over the double yellow, sometimes around entire blind corners.
Right. So we may, oh good, he's put his hazards on now. Maybe poo has come out. And hopefully, now he's going to pull off? Okay. Maybe because he's just shat himself on our video, he has determined that maybe he's done something wrong. We would agree.
Jeez.
That was shady. Anyway.
Yeah, anyway, the active suspension management, it really, really keeps this flat. Can you still feel the corner? You know, some cars that remain too flat, you don't even really know how much G-force is happening until the tire lets go.
It doesn't have like incredible feel, but it's pretty good. I can feel little bumps through the wheel.
Okay.
It's quite sharp. I mean, I really like what happens from 5 to 45 degrees of steering.
Mm-hmm.
You really can get a lot of motion of the front end going there. Third gear, considering the 4-cylinder engine, third gear is pretty long. Third gear is good for like over 80 miles an hour, which I think is strange. But it's got a good amount of revs. It revs up to 6,800, and it doesn't have a big power dip once you get past 5, like a lot of these 4-cylinder engines do. Like this really keeps pulling pretty nicely all the way to redline, which I like.
I would say the seats are really, really good.
Yeah.
I mean, these are just like simple sports seats, but when we sat down in them, like it just wraps around you without being aggressively bolstered. It's holding me in pretty well. Really comfortable stuff.
Yeah, for a base seat, I'm really like hugged. It kind of makes the argument against buckets. Like, how do I need more bolstering than this when I'm really being held in place really nicely? God,
it's really agile.
It dances back and forth really, really nicely. And because it can handle so well, it's actually kind of a momentum car.
Oh, because of the power, it's definitely a momentum car.
The torque vectoring helped me bring the back end around there. Like here, get on the power early, and you can feel the rear bias nature of it. The gear changes are super quick because it's PDK. This is no surprise. And the brakes are even pretty good. I don't have any complaints about the brakes either. A little bit of squeal from those tires, but not bad.
It does not at all feel out of place doing this. Like,
no.
Granted, I haven't driven yet, but like, it's not. It just doesn't feel like an SUV that has been being forced to run a canyon and do twisty stuff.
No, it actually feels quite at home. The one thing is, like, the 6-cylinder engine makes really good power in the low to mid range, like the 3,000 to 4,000 RPM range. This one, you've got to keep it above 5. It clearly has. See, if you hit red line, it doesn't upshift. That's very good. It clearly has a lot of weight to lug around for a 4-cylinder, you know. And although it's totally appropriate on the street, on the highway, it just doesn't. You know, if you want any excitement out of it, you got to wind it up. That's just the nature of the game. All right, we will flip around here. Mr. Clapman will have a go.
Hopefully Camaro Man is still sitting by the side of the road.
Hopefully he's wiping his tiny little bum, because that was the worst display of canyon driving I have seen from anybody in a very long time. If you watch this, you are a horrible driver and need to reevaluate not just your driving skills, but your whole life.
You're a very dangerous person.
Yeah. So launch control comes with the Sport Chrono. We will make ourselves
around, come back down.
You could
We'll get a little
you got enough visibility here to loop it.
Turning radius, fine. It's fine. All right. Are we in the right mode?
Yeah, it should be just Sport Plus, and
We're still in Sport Plus. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That's legit. Now we looked up the specs, and this actually runs to 60. It's like 8 seconds,
5.8,
which is 3/4 of a second slower than the GTI, which uses basically the same engine, but it feels like a more dramatic launch because of all-wheel drive.
Yeah, because it just dumps the clutches with the all-wheel drive. On the GTI, in order to prevent front wheel spin, it sort of drags the clutches, resulting in a very undramatic launch.
Yeah.
This one, at least you get the drama of a dumped clutch.
I think I softened the shocks 1
Yes,
It was
we were
feeling
on
a little bumpy on the way up.
mid-level
I'm going to
shock.
test the mid-level. I mean, here's the thing. Like, we've driven a bunch of the Macans, and they've always impressed us by almost telling you why you don't need a sedan anymore, because the handling is fun enough for most people, you know, enthusiasts included, where you go, okay, well, it's accurate and it's pretty agile and it feels balanced. So, and you have ground clearance to go on a dirt track. So, do you need a sedan?
You could take a Macan with the right, if you've got one that's, you know, got some handling options and the right tires, you could take one to a track day.
Yeah,
and have fun.
Yeah,
and it wouldn't be awful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this just builds upon that, and I think the T is so interesting because at first glance you're like, all right, I get the cheapest engine, weakest engine, whatever, but with a bunch of handling parts, and it feels like a special edition. It's kind of like the RS model, not like GT3 RS,
in the
like
original purpose.
in the original sense,
Yeah.
exactly.
In the
It's
Camaro
not,
sense.
Yeah, it's strangely, you know, cheap engine but good suspension parts.
Like the 911 Carrera T, I really liked. I didn't love the Cayman T as much because I don't love that particular base engine.
Yeah, that engine is just not. It's not as refined as this. It doesn't feel as powerful as this. Yeah. Sorry, continue.
No. I think this is an interesting and relatively compelling package because it is actually pretty fun, and the engine is. Although it's not an exciting engine, it's not like the 6-cylinder Macan engines are the highlight of that model either. The more money you spend on a Macan, the more it becomes apparent how good the chassis is, the handling, the braking. It's not ever going to wow you with, it might wow you with speed because the top engines are quite powerful, but it's not
There's no drama to them.
It's not the highlight of the model, right?
No, yeah, no one's excitedly swapping an engine out of a crash Macan into something,
right?
Because it's just a powerful twin turbo V6,
right?
I think this, you know, it's a Golf engine. It's the EA 888, like it's
sounds
everything.
Pretty good.
It sounds fine, and I think it's in enough things that we like that you go, okay, this is a known quantity. It's not where the Cayman T engine is like, what is this?
Yeah.
It's such a departure from the rest of Porsche.
Right.
And this is at least shared with a lot of cars that we also are friendly with.
Once you load it up, you can make pretty precise adjustments.
Yeah, you really can feel the front tires. And the car we drove yesterday was the Infiniti Q60. And this is far more communicative. Far more communicative.
Yeah, and less money.
And less money, which we will get to in a moment. I'm going to find a place to pull over.
Before we come back up on Mr. Camaro.
I mean, I'm genuinely concerned that we're going to have a head-on with that guy.
Oh, he's not there. That's where he pulled off before.
Such a colossal idiot. Get a different angle because of the sun.
So, does it feel like a Porsche?
Absolutely.
I think it does.
Yeah.
I think Porsche is about communication with the road.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's about, in the world of the crossovers, having a real surprising amount of fun. You know, in the world of crossovers, people don't expect you to really have fun driving it, whereas this is a lot more fun than a lot of sporty cars, you know, that I've driven.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think they knew that their name is based, or has a reputation that they had to uphold with crossovers.
Right.
Like, this isn't new, but they've done a really good job with that, and this is just another example of that. I mean, this is their highest selling car last year was the Macan. It's like 24,000 of these things. Like it's huge success. And this is really luxurious and nice. I really like that the things you use a lot, which are temp, fan, and volume, are all like physical buttons.
Right.
And then the rest of this is capacitive. Which looks really nice. My concern is maybe this would get scratched up over time. But how often am I like messing with the shocks or the ride height? Not very often.
Does it feel like $63,000 worth of car?
Yeah.
I think it definitely does.
For sure.
I think it definitely does. Despite the engine it being only a 4-cylinder, I think the power band, the gearbox being as responsive and fast as it does, the all-wheel drive system, it feels like a premium drivetrain. Mm-hmm. And finally, for this amount of money, let's call it the mid-60s, the base Macan S is a little bit more. Would you rather have a base S with a twin-turbo 6-cylinder engine, or the handling options and the special trim and that kind of stuff with the base engine for the T? Which would you rather have?
I would rather have this, because all the things I'm really going to use every day, which are the niceties, the luxuries, it has like rear seat heaters, USB ports, like that's what I'm going to interact with every day.
Yeah.
And when I go through a corner, if I want to go to Canyon Day occasionally, I can. Whereas the base S, sure, it's fast in a straight line, but like, how often am I really going to be doing the 0-60 and going, oh, it's so much better than the T?
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd rather have this setup every day and get more enjoyment out of the adjustable suspension, plus the nice trim bits that I get to look at, and the fact that it feels a little more loaded with the smaller engine, than having a bigger engine that doesn't really get me much in terms of actual usability. If your use case is different, you know, maybe it is, but for tooling around town, we have going light to light, we have sitting in traffic, we have cruising at a constant speed on the highway, and then we have these canyons. There's not much difference in actual real world usefulness between those two, except that the adjustability of the suspension allows me to tailor my experience better than having one bigger engine all the time.
Right.
Plus, you do save 129 pounds in the front end by having the 4-cylinder versus the 6, so that does contribute to the agility.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a nice little thing. It's very cool. I think in terms of 911s, the Carrera T is excellent, and the Macan T is excellent.
And a quick note, if you build a Macan, and this is the same thing with the Cayman or the 911, but
Right.
if you start with the base one and add all the parts separately, it will cost you more money than if you get the package deal.
Apparently you save 15% by just taking this instead of trying to build one yourself. So thank you to Porsche for letting us have a go. Thanks to you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app, available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
For almost 10 years, the Porsche Macan has been the perfect daily driver for someone who wants to drive a Porsche around but doesn't need to carry quite as much money as a Cayenne owner. It has always delivered the dynamics and practicality that we come to expect from the brand, just a little bit higher off the ground. It's a technology first developed by ponies when they decided to turn into horses. Now, for 2024, we have all new Macans, both ICE engines and, in this case, electric. It's called the Turbo, but there is no turbo, just a big battery, 2 motors, and a very, very quick 0-60 time. So we're here in the south of France to discover whether or not the Macan is still fun, still practical, and why this is the only one you'll be allowed to buy in Europe. Meet the Macan 4 Electric and Macan Turbo Electric, new entries to the ever busier luxury crossover space. Nicer, more powerful, and more expensive than a Ford Mach-E or Tesla Model Y, but smaller than the similarly priced Rivian R1S. It's built on Volkswagen Group's new premium platform electric architecture. This will be used for EVs from premium brands like Porsche, Audi, and Bentley. Both Macans use permanent magnet synchronous motors in front and back, and they actually have the same 100 kilowatt-hour battery pack. Starting at $78,000, the 4 makes 382 horsepower and 479 pound-feet of torque, which propel you to 60 miles per hour in 4.9 seconds. But if you add $30,000 to that envelope at the dealership, you can get the Turbo. It has a larger rear motor and an upgraded pulse inverter, giving it a total of 576 horsepower in normal mode and another 54 with overboost. 811 pound-feet of torque, nearly as much as a 2016 F-250 Super Duty, will help you remove stumps from your summer house if your gardener calls in sick. That extra juice brings the 0-60 time down to just 3.1 seconds and the quarter mile into the 11s. Quick enough to beat a Cybertruck dual motor to the PTA meeting. Very soon, these will be the only Macans you can buy in Europe. Due to new cybersecurity laws, Porsche cannot sell the gas-powered versions of these cars here. It's the same rule that caused the 718 and the Cayman to be pulled from the shelves. But in the United States, we will still get to choose between Electron or gasoline power.
Guys, I am so excited to say that the Smoking Tire is back in the merch game. We have built a new merch store, easy checkout, easy shipping, very fair prices on everything. All of our new merch is super high quality. The materials, the fit, the durability, the print quality. Some of the items are based on cars I've owned or own with a Smoking Tire twist. Other stuff is more general enthusiasm, like this hoodie designed by Zack. And we're going to be adding new stuff every week. This first run of merch, super limited edition, only 50 units of each item. So head over to that merch store right now and get it while it lasts, and then keep checking back for regular merch drops from your buddies at the Smoking Tire. Now, enjoy today's video.
Today I'm going to focus on one car, the Macan Electric Turbo. You know, 630 horsepower, 811 pound-feet of torque, both of those when you're using the overboost function, like with launch control. So we should test it for science, you know? Came to the south of France to do some science. And launch control. Woo! Oh, 0-60, 3.1 seconds. Whew! And it just pulls. This is, as most electric cars are, very, very quick off the line. Woo! Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, we'll jump on the brakes. Something I love about Porsche EVs is when you step on the brake, whether you do it gently and progressively or really aggressively, is I never know when the switch happens from regen to caliper. I have no idea. Other hybrids, you can feel this kind of step where the deceleration rate changes. Or actually sometimes through the pedal, there's a little like shutter vibration as it goes past a switch. In this, I have no idea. That's great. There are systems being added to cars that I want to be invisible even though I enjoy their benefits. Rear steer and regenerative braking. I will say that the rear steer is mostly invisible, and that is what I want from a rear steering system. I don't want to sense that it's there, because in some cars, like I've experienced in the Mercedes SL or actually the Mercedes S-Class as well, it feels like the back of the car is on very skinny tires driving on ice. The back of the car is just moving around more than I expect it to, given my input on the steering wheel. Porsche, not the case. The rear steer is invisible, and if you get it in this car, it does shorten the turning circle by about 4 feet, and it makes that turning circle a little bit better than a little bit better than Mach-E, and also, of course, better than the Cayenne and the Maserati Grecale. It's so easy to carry lots of speed in this car. Part of it is the silence. I have the enhanced sound turned off. But credit to the car, credit to the dual motors and the torque vectoring and everything else that's working together to make it effortless to just dice up this mountain. And then on the straights, you just drop the hammer. You don't have to wait for turbos to spool up. You don't have to wait for gasoline to explode and explode and explode and get, faster and faster and faster. It's just this rush of power. This is such a fun way to get up and down a mountain. I know there's a lot of people out there that are diehard ICE forever. They think EVs are silly or they can't ever be fun. I'm telling you, whether it's this car or the Hyundai Ioniq 5N, which has been so celebrated for its dynamics and its feel, or even a bespoke sports car, race car, drift car that's EV, I'm telling you that if this chassis setup is good and the steering is decent, you will have fun. Sure, it would be awesome to be cracking down this road in a loud V12 powered something, or with a small V8, because then we'd hear the echo off of these mountains and these slabs of granite. That would be great. But in this car, in this kind of car, I don't really care, because that's not what these cars do for me. A Cayenne or a Macan are great daily drivers. You can go anywhere, and I think that the Macan has basically been the best daily driver on sale for a really long time. If you needed a do-everything vehicle that didn't make the sports car driving enthusiast part of you feel like it died inside, it was a really good option. This is like that, just with less noise. Turbo also comes with bigger front brakes and Porsche torque vectoring, which you want the bigger brakes because this car is 5,400 pounds and you want to haul that down, which they do so well. Good pedal feel too, not too stiff. I like it. The wheelbase on this car is 3.5 inches longer than it used to be. They stretched it a bit, and that gives passengers more rear legroom. And passengers also get a little bit more headroom because they were able to lower the seats about 1 inch, even though there is a battery underneath the entire floor of this car. This Macan EV has a wider track than the old car and a lower center of gravity. So it really helps you slingshot around these corners. This car is really quick. Really quick. When I first got in it, I worried I was too jaded to electric cars because above 70 miles per hour, it doesn't pull like an airplane. You know, it only has 630 horsepower. You really feel it from like 0 to 80, but then above that, oh, all right, it doesn't feel like a Lucid. It doesn't feel as fast as, you know, Taycan Sport Turismo. It doesn't matter. The speed above 100 miles an hour matters so little, even for fun driving. Think about last time you did a canyon or anything like that. How long did you spend above 100? Now, for me, it's about 20 to 80. It's about shooting from corner to corner, accelerating out of one like that. And you just feel the torque go to the back, the front lifts up a little bit. This car has a rear weight bias slightly. So, you know, like a little nod to the air-cooled 911. Very small, thin nod, I admit. This car feels big here. It does. I mean, the roads in Europe tend to be a little narrower. There's not as much leeway on the side. Like right here, there's no bike lane. There is a stone wall that's probably thousands of years old. And if I, move away from the center line to give that truck too much room, I might just hit the wall and grind the wheels into dust. So here, this SUV feels a bit big. In the US, it won't. I think these are the right size. I mean, the fact that I can sit behind myself, I don't really know why you'd need a Cayenne unless you haul a lot more gear in the trunk. It has a little bit more trunk space, a little bit more rear seat room. But to me, this is as big a car as I need. Macan Electric also gets the similar suspension system to the Cayenne Turbo GT, which is air suspension with dual valve shock technology. So that means that the adaptive suspension can change rebound and compression independently. And then with the air suspension, not only can you change the stiffness of it, but you also can change the height. If you go to full off-road mode, you get 8.8 inches of ground clearance. I like the height adjustable suspension. I like being able to drop the car down if we're on a road like this that's very twisty and we're trying to drive a little quick. But if we went to a snowy place or down a mud track or something, being able to raise it a couple of inches would be handy and give me a little bit more peace of mind. Whee! But the damping is more impressive to me because the car settles bumps really well. I remember with the Cayenne Turbo GT, I was so impressed with how flat the car cornered, how agile it felt for such a big vehicle, and the fact it was air suspension. That just blew my mind. It felt like a really good solid spring setup. No different here. Car rides pretty good around town, dives into these corners. It handles flat, but without being too flat to feel super artificial. I can still feel the forces of the corner. I still feel the G-forces. I still feel like I'm loading the tire, whereas some cars just keep you perfectly flat. The horizon never moves, and it feels so artificial, it's kind of hard to know where the limit is. Not that most Macan electric drivers are going to drive like that or need to know where the limit is. Would be handy on ice, though. The only part of the ride I don't like, and it may only be due to the wheels, which are 22s, it kind of shudders over manhole covers and small like cracks and potholes. it's not that the whole car shudders, it's just I can hear the rear suspension kind of like it's a little bit more movement than I was expecting, especially considering the price of this car. But on a road like this, smooth, twisting, the agility is there, the steering response is there, the steering feel isn't really there, but the speed of the rack is good. Pulling over to let traffic clear gave me a chance to inspect the Macan's new dashboard. First, you get this curved gauge display. We first saw it in the Taycan. I really, really like it. It is so clear. I love the shape of it. It's so easy to read. I like the adjustability. There are so many different displays you can pull up. You can change each of these, circular gauges independently for different information. You can have the entire thing be a map if you want to. It's really impressive. Some people have complained that it doesn't have a shroud over the top. I've driven this car in the morning, at noon, in the afternoon, every direction. I've never had glare be an issue. Even when the sun hits this thing, it doesn't wash out or hide any of the displays. This car also comes with an optional heads-up display with augmented reality. So as you're driving, it's pretty cool. The arrows will be further away if you're further away from your turn, and then as you get closer, the arrows get closer to you, they get bigger, they tighten up, they kind of adjust with the direction of the car. Like a mystical dragon in a sci-fi movie or something that's like, this way, ha ha ha, this way. What dragon in any movie has ever sounded like that? Also new for the Macan Electric is the optional passenger screen. As I've said in other cars like the Lotus Electre, I don't understand the appeal of those because the center screen is not really that much further away. If the passenger can reach the dashboard, they can reach the dashboard. So the only good thing I've seen in that passenger screen is if you want to help out with the navigation, you can go to search and a keyboard pops up for you. That's great. I did not test it while driving because I was by myself, but I hope to God that you're allowed to type in an address or a search while moving, because something that has been really annoying in other cars is that although the car knows there's a passenger in the seat because it activates the airbag and it will yell at you if you're not wearing your seatbelt, some cars ban the passenger from typing in search functions or typing in new addresses while the car is moving, which is so stupid. The center screen has some new software behind it, some new hardware. It's really nice. It's really fast. It's super clear. This satellite imagery on the navigation is really impressive. I would like to have a hard button or a shortcut to turn off the speed limit warning sign, or the warning chime, rather. That would be nice. But at least there's a hard button for lane keep assist. Speaking of buttons and knobs, thank you, Porsche, for keeping some toggles and a volume knob in the center stack here. I appreciate that so much, as do many of us. There are too many haptic buttons, there's too many capacitive buttons, and having a place for your finger to land and knowing that the leftmost one is the driver's temperature or the rightmost one is the passenger's temperature, being able to do that while looking ahead is so great. I mean, if we're going to make this wonderful, expensive, complicated heads-up display, let's have the person who's driving the car looking that way and not trying to remember where their volume adjustment is or where their fan adjustment is. It's just your hand lands right there, toggle switch. Great. Speaking of tactile feedback, I can't really feel the front tires through the steering wheel. Again, most owners of this car won't care. They won't notice it. But we're talking about Porsche. We're talking about basically the company that's made the best electric steering system on the planet, at least as far as I've experienced. Even the Cayenne was really, really good. This just feels a little bit more disconnected than I was expecting. I don't have many complaints about this car. And granted, I've only driven it for one day, so I don't know all of the ins and outs. The things that jump out to me, at very light pressure on the brake pedal, sometimes I have been able to hear and feel what I think is the brake light switch. The brake lights come on in the back of a car if you're giving it 1% pressure. And there have been times on this drive where I've given it just a tiny bit of pressure and I've heard and felt the little bit of the click, which seems a little bit cheap in a car that's this expensive. Also, and I know that this is for European regulations, but having the lane keep assist and all those other systems turn on every time you get in and out of the car. Even when I would get out of the car without hitting the power button and get back in, only 2 minutes later and then put it in drive, those systems would turn back on. Also, as with the Taycan, Porsche continues to ban one-pedal driving from its cars. They say that coasting is more efficient, but launch control isn't efficient, so why not let the driver choose? You know, one-pedal driving aside, this is such a nice place to sit. I have just enough controls on the steering wheel, but not too many, and I like the mix of actual buttons and the rollers. There's no capacitive, no haptic, anything on the steering wheel. That's great. The seat is the 18-way adjustable sports seat. I got it set once, adjusted for my body, and I haven't changed it since. I've been in this seat for like 5 or 6 hours today. It's just great and comfortable. But I think my takeaway is that the electric powertrain is better than, let's say, the engine in the Macan T. The Macan T that we drove, I don't remember the price exactly. I'll put it down here in a lower third, but I remember the engine just feeling weak. It was a momentum car. It was the Macanata. You know, it was like a Miata of Macans. It had great, you know, handling, balance, and steering and poise for a crossover. But the engine was just kind of meh. In the Macan 4, now you've got a powertrain that has instant power and torque, 430 pound-feet of it, which is way more than the Macan T had. So you're going to be able to zip from corner to corner in that car. And Macan Turbo, of course, very fast, etc., etc. But this car is so expensive that it's priced against, you know, the ICE comparison is something like, whoa, the other Macan Turbo, which made lots of power and was very, very fast. So there, I think the change in performance isn't as great as from, you know, the Macan T or the base engine, the base ICE engine with a lot of options on it, jumping to a Macan 4. I'm not trying to push anyone to buy an EV that doesn't want one. And in many instances, I think hybrids are actually the way to go. But if you were dailying a Macan Turbo and not taking it on long road trips, turbo meaning gas burning turbo, the benefit of this is you can charge it at home, it's super quiet, and it's not getting crap gas mileage, because the trade-off, of course, for having the fast gasoline engine is terrible gas mileage. So this, you kind of get the same performance and sensations, but you can just fill it up at home. If you prefer gas-burning cars to electric cars, I get it. But sometimes, like with condoms, we need things we don't like to keep us alive. A couple decades ago, Porsche was on the verge of closing, and they introduced the Cayenne, and the purists hated it because it's an SUV. Well, it outsold their projections by 50%. Cars like the Boxster, the Cayman, the Cayenne, and the Macan are part of the reason why we have all the amazing, fast 911 and GT cars that we love so much. Whether or not this car will be a sales success remains to be seen, but there are some good indicators for it. Porsche sold more Macans in the United States last year than they did Taycans, Panameras, 718s, and 911s combined. Second, they already have 10,000 orders put down for this car. That's nearly half of all the Macans they sold in the United States last year. Since its inception in 2014, they've sold nearly 1 million of these things. Fast EV cars like the Lucid, the Model S, or the Taycan got people excited about EVs. But if you want their money,
Flugelhof. I don't know what that means, but it seems offensive. Like, that guy seemed offended. I'm not really sure. Yeah.
Welcome to the Swabian Alps, where Porsche's engineers road test their GT cars on the weekends. It's the company's 75th anniversary, and let's just say things are going well. Porsche is on a roll building cars that a lot of people want to buy. So much so that folks are willing to beg, borrow, steal, kill, or pay many of thousands of dollars over MSRP to get one, especially one featuring 2 special letters on the back, R and S. The kinds of things people will do for an RS cannot be repeated in good company. RS stands for Rennsport, and the cars bearing those letters are, in theory, Porsche's very best. They are the closest you can get to the racing cars with a license plate, and until today, they have all been closed-roof coupes.
GT cars, and particularly the RS variants, are the epitome of Porsche's charge more, get less philosophy regarding weight reduction. Shaved grams cost hundreds, and shaved kilograms cost thousands. But the results are some of the fizziest cars on sale today. A new RS product is a very big deal to a certain, very connected subset of the population, which is why we've come to the Swabian Alps today to meet the newest boy king of ADM Mountain.
Porsche, if you didn't already know, makes the most perfectly well-rounded sports car on sale today. It's light, it's balanced, it's good-looking, practical, well-made, and in most trims, it's very fast. It's called the Boxster. Is that not what you were thinking of? They also, if you didn't know, make the 911, which is widely regarded as being somehow better than the Boxster. It's a very good car, but it grows every generation like an oak tree, adding rings and girth with each passing year. But like a mature tree next to a sidewalk, in many ways, the car is now bigger than its habitat, outgrowing the concrete on which it's planted. Not so the Boxster, which remains an appropriate size for roads that, by and large, predated its existence by decades.
A Boxster can be used by all different types of people in all different types of climates as an only car. In fact, I cannot recommend this activity highly enough.
And if you want something a little less round, I would emphatically recommend the chiseled, athletic Boxster Spyder, which gets the Cayman GT4's chassis and engine and a stunning double-bubble tonneau cover with a lightweight roof. Porsche makes a lot of sports cars at the moment, but this one, if you ask me, person who's driven them all, is the very best one. Something I've committed to by buying one for myself. To me, the 718 Spyder is the best car in the world, expertly towing the line between speed, style, and usability. But what if you wanted to go a step further? What if you wanted the absolute fastest, loudest, rawest, meanest, most hardcore variant of the humble Boxster?
Well, you'd probably want this, Porsche's all-new Spyder RS.
Just like the Cayman GT4 RS before it, this has got the full-kill GT3 engine straight out of the Cup car. Just like the GT4 RS, it revs to 9, making 493 horsepower. Like the GT4 RS, it's got a crazy airbox setup that laser beams intake noises directly into your skull. And just like the GT4 RS, well,
that's all you have to say. Just like the GT4 RS, because below the belt line, in every way that matters, this car is the same as the GT4 RS, from the carbon fiber to the Cup 2s. But it is different in one very crucial way, and a way that defines it by name: the lack of a roof.
Okay, that last bit, not entirely true. There are some changes. The shocks and springs are road-focused, meaning softer. The steering has been recalibrated, and there's a fixed ducktail spoiler rather than the huge swan neck wing. The front lip is also smaller to balance that out. It's set up for stability rather than stick, and for the road, not the track. It's not about lap time, it's all about the fizz. But what you probably want to know is this.
As someone who owns a Spyder, from someone who's driven every modern Porsche, is this car worth it? Is it worth the ADM? Is it worth the headache of the roof? Is it worth the hoops you're going to have to jump through to get one? Or is there a better option?
Germany, knowing I'd be here to drive perhaps the best open-topped car in history, has sent their best weather. So we started in a tent, learning how to install and remove the roof quickly. It's not only manual, but also completely removable, meaning you can leave the whole thing at home if you want to save 8 kilograms. Porsche will tell you that they came up with this crazy contraption purely to save weight before sneaking in that the larger engine takes up more room where the old top went, and that top simply won't fit. In America, we like to say, if you can't fix it, feature it. In fairness, it's not that hard to take off and on. It has two options for protection: the Bimini, which is just a sunshade and keeps most of the rain out as long as you're driving, and the full weatherproofing kit, which is watertight and necessary for washes, which I didn't bother to practice. Hoping I wouldn't have to spend all day with the top up, we headed out for a drive. Fortunately, after just a few minutes on the road, the sun came out, the roof came off, and it stayed that way for the rest of the day.
I figure you've come to my review because you want someone who's got the most experience with these Spyders and 4RS cars to tell you what's up. Well, I will tell you what is up. This is very good. Woo! All the important bits, all the great bits are the 4RS with no top. But it actually gets better than that. Because you see, I thought it would be the full track optimized 4RS, but it's not. They've set it up for the street. It's got 50% less spring and a street optimized damper. They've also rebalanced the aerodynamics for the street. And what that means is it's more comfortable, right? Then the airbox. Rather than having that big carbon airbox in the cabin, the airbox is now mounted underneath where the top is. So the consequence is you still get that amazing metallic gnash at the top of the power band and this incredible intake sound, but you don't get the boomy resonance that you got with the GT4 RS before. Woo! So that magic that happens from 8,000 to 9,000 RPM, that craziness that you're paying all that extra money for, still there. But if I go to the bottom of the power band, there was a resonance, an unpleasant resonance between 1,500 and 2,800 RPM before. Listen. It's gone. It's not there anymore. So now, when you're driving around at lower speeds on the street, everyday speeds, it's more pleasant. And that booming resonance has been replaced by the sound of suction from over your shoulders as it just hoovers in air from the atmosphere. And when you go down a gear, those revs, they blast you, right? Even if you're at a lower RPM, right, and you're going with a downshift, those little power sniffles, that's very pleasant. They've reprogrammed the electronic power steering for hairpins on the street. It's more optimized. And oh, we better thank the Porsche gods for a steering wheel that is round. When you're going through a hairpin, as you do on the street, is there nothing worse than a square wheel or a yoke wheel? Yuck! Things that spin should be round. Look, hand over hand. Very smooth. You know something incredible about this car? That 493 horsepower, and it's even lighter. In fact, it is 5 kilograms lighter than the GT4 RS. That top does kind of suck, but it saves real weight. It saves 7.5 kilograms versus the top in my 718 Spyder. And if you don't take it with you, you can leave it home entirely. It saves 8 more kilograms. Good turning radius in this car. Love it. The intake sound when you pull away from a stop, that's totally unique. Listen to this. That's that. It's like an empty pipe sound. It's like when you first. You can just feel that suction. The suction translates to intake noise, translates to exhaust noise as you get higher up in the power band. And then at the very top, woo! Pure motorsport goodness. This car has all the fizz. The balance is epic. The body control, the throttle control, the inputs, best in the world. And because it's the right size, because it's not enormous like a GT3 or GT3 RS, it gives you the starting grid at Le Mans vibes, but without being too big for these narrow country roads. And I have to admit, although I don't want the top in my life, there is something to be said for having to make a little sacrifice for that purity. I imagine ultimately it's something Porsche people will brag about, not complain about. They told us that at one point they considered selling this car with no roof at all, which I don't even think is a good idea. But the minimalist bimini top reminds you that for the ultimate in sports car purity, there is a bit of give and take. It's a true open top car. Gonna launch. The gears last forever. You have to be very comfortable winding the snot out of the engine. These are the same shortened gears as the GT4 RS. But even so, 9,000 RPM, that's a long way away. Takes you a while to get up there. Oh, laser guided steering. Into the hairpin. Ceramic brakes working well. Cup 2 tires. Cup 2ing. When I drove the GT4 RS, I only had 3 complaints. It is an otherwise perfect machine, but I had 3 complaints. One was the intake resonance, fixed here. 2 was the harsh ride quality, mostly fixed here. It's still very firm, and being here in Germany, this is a pretty idealized tarmac situation. In LA, it might be a little stiff. And 3, lack of a manual gearbox. Porsche has explained to us over and over that they simply cannot homologate a manual gearbox for this engine in this car. It is a totally fair explanation, and I am not mad at them for it. It is what it is. And I cannot complain about PDK, because for a gearbox that is not manual, it is as perfect as a gearbox gets. It does everything right as I downshift from 5,000 RPM. But if I wanted the most pure, analog, engaging driving experience possible, as good and as perfect as this car is, and it's pretty great and almost perfect, my own Spyder, I can row my own, and that's why it's still on the top of the list for me. Because that experience is not long for this world, and I want to have it as long as I possibly can. After some of these newer cars with those highly digital dashboards, I cannot help but genuinely appreciate the perfection they achieved with this dash. 2 truly analog gauges with a multi-function small display, a bunch of hard buttons for your menu, your climate control, your drive modes, a screen for the nav. This is peak cockpit. Seating for 2, tons of leg room, tons of storage. Straight up, RS or no RS, the Boxster is the best laid out sports car in history. Wow! X5 straight cutting. The ability to play a symphony with your right foot. There are so many sounds. Did you hear it transition there? Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. And you can hear it do each of those. It's not really fair to compare this engine to my modified engine, but I know you want to hear the comparison. My modified engine makes 130 more pounds of torque than this. And it makes those at a much lower RPM as well. So while this engine has the up-top magnificence of a pure motorsport product, my engine has a more hot rod, shovey quality that you can really feel in the mid-range. And so for that reason, this engine pairs better with the PDK and a sort of top-end usage, whereas my engine pairs better with a manual and a mid-range punch usage. Porsche says this is the last internal combustion Boxster they will ever make. And if that's the case, what a bang to go out with. Unreal.
This is a ton of car. It's insanely quick. It makes every possible motorsport grade sound you'd want a car to make, and it offers all the fun and all the fizz of a GT3 RS, but it's significantly more practical despite the roof. Remember, it has a smaller footprint and 2 trunks. The GT3 RS has no trunks. It is one of the best cars I've driven in the last few years, and I truly have no complaints. For those who want the ultimate street-going RS product, the best-sounding Porsche in modern history, or the last petrol-powered Boxster ever, look no further. Your car has arrived.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
This is the new 992 generation GT3 RS. You don't have to look at it very hard to determine that this is the most extreme road-legal track day vehicle that Porsche has built since 23 examples of the 911 GT1 Strassen version hit the road a quarter century ago. There are lots of things you need to know about the GT3 RS, technical, nerdy things, and I will do my best to explain them in a way that doesn't totally suck. But the most important thing I can tell you about this car, the one single metric that will matter to anyone lucky enough to essentially be gifted an allocation to get one, is 50%.
50% isn't the markup over MSRP, though that may as well be true for some buyers. No, 50% is the increased spring rate versus the regular GT3, a car I've already dismissed from my personal dream garage because it is so abusive on the street, opting instead for the much more friendly 718 Spyder. But that's just me.
You might have a membership somewhere like this, the Thermal Club outside of Palm Springs, a private racetrack country club where I'll be having a go today. They have an espresso machine in the paddock. They have icy cold towels for your neck after a hot stint. They have a pit crew that will check your tire pressures before and after a session, on-site instruction, a race shop, and not to mention a first-rate restaurant and bar. Out here, it's always sunny. The tarmac is smooth as glass, and your home garage is 100 meters from pit out. Neither public roads nor trailers required. If this describes you, congratulations, you've beaten the game of gearhead life. Now, here's your allocation, and enjoy whatever paint-to-sample livery you choose.
Just don't look up what it would cost you to buy a Radical SR8 or a second-hand LMP prototype or a NASCAR and what those lap times would look like compared to the RS. I mean, after all, if you live at a track or have a home here, what's the point of a car with a license plate anyway?
In fact, this car makes the most sense for a driver who is on the road 90% of the time and the track 10% of the time. The driver who doesn't have a home at a racetrack country club, but still wants to spend time at one. Except,
it has no trunk. Porsche put cooling where a trunk was. Now, you may love the brag that it can do a 6-minute and 49 Nürburgring lap time, which is 8 seconds faster than the 918 Spyder with just over half the power. But what are you willing to give up for that brag? Because when you go on a road trip, your suitcases are now riding shotgun. There are radiators and fans up here, and there's really not much way to get things behind the seats. Now, I'm not trying to crap on the race car for doing race car things, but let's be honest, a lot of people use these as weekend canyon cars. Maybe they do a handful of track days a year. And it's not like regular street-oriented Porsches aren't up to track work. In fact, something like a Turbo S or even a GTS is more car than even an above-average driver can really, really take advantage of. So you have to wonder, is the trade-off worth it?
Hey everyone, we're going to interrupt for NFTs. And no, I'm not talking about non-fungible tokens. This has nothing to do with the blockchain. I promise. Are you listening, SEC? I promise. No, we're talking about non-functional transportation, a joke that came out on our podcast and that we turned into a t-shirt featuring some of the coolest and most popular project cars out there. Well, now we're back. Got a lot of requests from the Subaru and Mitsubishi community and the haters of those communities. That's right. One shirt is a Subaru WRX STI, known for head gasket issues. The other one is a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. Two of the coolest sedans ever made, and unfortunately, they're not without their problems. So if you have one of these cars, whether it's working or not, or your spouse has one of these cars and it's not working, or even better, you have a friend with one of these projects sitting in their driveway and you want to throw some shade at them, grab one of our NFT shirts. They are at blipshift.com/TST. But you have to act soon because this sale is over at this date, because I forget the date.
My concern is that this thing, like the GT3 and the GT3 RS before that, would just beat me up on the street. But the fact is, this is a track-only event, so I won't find that out today. Porsche will not let us.
Putting that aside, let's for a moment revel in the extent to which Porsche's GT program has gone to find speed in the 992, which can be broken down into 4 categories: engine, chassis, weight, and aero.
There are actually more changes to the engine than you might think. It has revised camshafts, which move the power band even further up the tack compared to the GT3, resulting in a bit more horsepower and a bit less torque. Fact is, you don't really notice that. They also have improved the flow of the oil cooler by 20%, and interestingly, they've revised the cylinder heads to optimize them for high G loading, meaning they don't want oil to get trapped in little pockets of the cylinder heads in high G corners. It's something the car probably didn't need, given that the Cup car motor would work just fine, but they thought, what the hell?
Then there's that radiator. Where once were 3 small exchangers spread out across the nose, this car only has one big one right in the middle where the frunk used to be. The air flows through it and out the bonnet lid, helping produce not only better cooling, but more front downforce. The entire package is optimized for trouble-free hot track days.
Such as right here. This track is literally called thermal, and it may be a beautiful 65 degrees today in February, but come August, this place is pushing like $1.15.
This isn't really a car for amateurs, even very rich ones. It's designed for the experienced track driver, and as such, has a very advanced, fully adjustable chassis. For the first time in a GT car, the steering wheel is covered in knobs that do things. You can adjust the compression and rebound on the shocks individually. You can adjust how the differential locks and unlocks. You can dial in the traction and stability control separately from each other. This worries me for 2 reasons.
I recall the great Colin Chapman as saying, if you make the suspension adjustable, they will adjust it wrong. And I believe that. I should not be trusted to make these adjustments. But Andy Preuninger, godfather of the GT car program, insists that there is no way to make this car handle dangerously through the settings. It's simply fine-tuning for driver preference. In fact, he says there is a combination of settings you can use that will make the GT3 RS actually ride softer than the standard GT3, and that's the setting he uses to drive to the Nürburgring.
That's fair enough. An OEM can't make it so an owner can turn their car into a death trap using factory modes, but that's not really what bothers me about all this.
The owners are going to have the most annoying series of conversations ever, though. Oh, you set your differential to 4 and your rebound to 2 and your compression to 1. Well, I set my compression to 3 and my differential to 1 because I need more understeer on the entry. It's going to be even more annoying than the paint to sample and contrast stitching conversations they're having right now.
Then there's the weight, or lack thereof. RS products must be as light as possible, and in order to achieve that, Porsche has made many bits out of carbon fiber, such as the doors, roof, bonnet, wing supports, seats, and fenders. The forged wheels are lighter, the glass is lighter, and the exhaust system is lighter. They've removed 8th gear from the PDK transmission, same as the GT3, which saves 44 pounds. And all this extra work provides a surprising result.
The GT3 RS weighs 3,190 pounds, which is only 33 pounds more than the regular GT3. It's not lighter? How's that work? Well, in order to make this thing do what it does, they have to add more than subtract weight. It's got the turbo body. Wider, it means heavier. The wing isn't fixed. It's got hydraulic motors and actuators. That's heavier, right? It's got a bunch of different hardware in it that adds weight, and so they have to put that stuff in and then do all the carbon fiber, the lightweight glass, and all their other lightweighting efforts in order to make it back down to where it needs to be. In fact, this one has the Weissach pack, which features carbon fiber sway bars, among other bits, magnesium wheels, exposed carbon hood, and more.
But the most trick part of the GT3 RS is probably the aerodynamic package. This looks less like a regular 911 than any RS car before it. It's not just a wing and a front splitter. There is a lot going on here. It's got active aero front and rear that responds to a potentially infinite combination of inputs. The giant rear wing can adjust up to 34 degrees and act as an air brake, or conversely, for minimal drag in DRS mode. And those very dangerous looking fins on the roof deflect hot radiator waste air away from the deck lid mounted intakes, cooling the charge and adding power.
Here we are. We've got a racetrack. It's a beautiful day. We've got a factory driver to chase, and so let's get at it. I don't really know what any of the settings do, so I had my professional assistant here, Jörg Bergmeister, help me choose my settings this morning. It goes to 9, it goes to 9. Feels so stable. It's got a bunch of power, but it's not scary power. Right here, come off the brakes, super neutral, little tiny bit of push on the exit, but that's okay. This track is like glass smooth, so there really isn't a better place to be driving this thing. Through this section here is where you get the downforce, because it's very fast, 100-mile-an-hour sweepers, a little bit of brake, down a gear. Here's the sketchiest part of the track, over blind crest left. Could really send it into the dirt there. It's got a bit of a thicker ceramic rotor for heat distribution and a bit of a bigger piston than the regular GT3. Oh, now Jörg is really going. Now we're going, baby. Oh, the grip. And in the Weissach pack, we've got that carbon fiber sway bar, carbon fiber shear plate, carbon suspension components, and behind me a carbon fiber roll cage. Oh yes. Steering is razor sharp, unique programming for the rear steer, working in conjunction with that downforce. Lot to like, folks, lot to like. 104 mile an hour through that sweeper, picking up the pace just a little bit. Probably about 700 pounds of downforce at 100 miles an hour. And now I'll get into the air brake with the heavy braking here. Really starting to feel very comfortable. GT4 RS has it beat for sound. It's actually on the quieter side, but oh, the braking G's. Don't have a big lunch before a session in this car. It will come back to haunt you, literally. The turn-in is really, really sharp. Tons of grip at the mid-corner. Whoa! Fantastic! I'm making Jorg earn his paycheck a little bit in this session. Just a little. He's got to push that GT3 in front of him. He tried to make me feel good, like I was going to make him work hard. I don't think he's working that hard, but he is getting oversteer. The sound of the shift paddle is so satisfying. Always gives you the gear. Even if you've got 1 RPM to spare before redline, it always gives you the gear. It's that little stuff that Porsche does that really makes the difference. If you have room for the gear, you get the gear. Yes. What a treat to chase Jorg Bergmeister around a track. Dude is no slouch. I love the way it behaves on trail braking, corner entry. I love the way it behaves when you start to take your foot off the brake, especially right here in the hairpins. And then it maintains a beautiful balance on the exit. When the tires were very cold first lap, it did have some push there, but that is completely gone after a couple of sessions on these tires. But it's about that grip. It's about those brakes and the aero balance at the high speed stuff. So poised. And it's so comfortable. So many track day cars are just uncomfortable with a helmet on. I'm sitting so low in the car. I have such good visibility. I have so much room. You know, for a big dude, it's a very roomy car to be on a racetrack with. I don't feel the least bit cramped. I feel like I can move my arms, my feet, and my head where they need to go. And that's so important. Oh, starting to get a little much heat in the tires. Some ABS engagement in the braking there, moving around. We're in the dynamic traction setting, which does let the car move a little bit. This car is predictable. And that's what you really want on a racetrack. You want it to do the thing you tell it to do and respond the way you expect it to respond. That is fantastic.
After 30 minutes of lapping the new GT3 RS, I've changed my mind a bit about its place in the world. And Thermal Club management says there are over 70 RSs living on the property full-time, so the members here must like them as well. There is something to be said for familiarity, for comfort, and for turning the key and just going. Last year, I drove the 992 GT3 Cup, the pure racing version of this very car, and it was intimidating. From the slick tires to the racing dashboard, the funky buttons and the trackside support, it's a lot to take in. Prototype race cars, even if they are faster and less money than the RS, even more so. The fact that this GT3 RS can be used so effectively on track, but with more forgiving street-based tires, the fact that to sit in it and operate it feels mostly like a familiar 911 experience, and the fact that you can also take it out on the road for a drive into town for dinner if you like, make it an incredibly desirable proposition for anything south of a pro driver fighting for a checkered flag. I'm glad I don't want one for myself. It's too big, too stiff, and not torquey enough to be a great road car. But I see what Porsche is going for here, and in that context, it's just about right.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
How
Lord.
unbelievable is the metallic rasp that happens between 8 and 9? Folks, you know, in our job, we do a lot of highway transiting. And here in Southern California, maybe where you live, there are a lot of tolls. And it sucks to have to pay tolls, but that's just a fact of life. But do you have to waste your time also? That cash lane stinks. Having a transponder that only works with one car stinks. Now, Uproad is here. It's an amazing app that is a technological solution to this problem. Just make an account, load up your payment system, and the Uproad app with the GPS on your phone knows where the tolls are, knows how much you need to pay, bills automatically. You go through the express lane, saving you time and therefore saving you money. It really works, and you can register up to 10 of your own vehicles or carry it with you in a rented car or whatever, right? It doesn't need to be mated to the car. That's what makes it so great. And if you hit the link in the video description, we'll get you $10 in toll credits for downloading and using Uproad. And thanks to Uproad for sponsoring today's video. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to, you know, one of the most special cars ever made. This is a Porsche Cayman GT4 RS with Weissach pack and magnesium wheels. In fact, this is the very same car I drove on the track last month, because there's only 2 of these on the West Coast right now. One with Weissach and one no Weissach. The gray car has the Weissach. In this video, Zach and I will answer only one question. Is this thing any good on the street, or is it too much RS as a street car? I would please like to refer you to my video on the racetrack from last month, in which I yapped for 4 or 5 minutes with this entire spec sheet and crazy features and all that stuff, everything that's in this car. And then I drove it at, I don't know if it's the limit, but certainly at my limit on the track, and I had an incredible time, and the sound was just out of this world.
And to be said, it was Streets of Willow, which was paved months ago, so it's a very, very smooth surface. And this is a little bit more of a slightly bumpy canyon surface.
Right, and we're on a relatively good canyon road today. I mean, it's a good road, but the tarmac is relatively new. It's pretty smooth. But I also drove it 50 miles out here on the freeway, and I'm going to talk about that as well. It is a true RS product. It's light.
It sounds and feels like it.
It's light, it's loud, it's stiff. You can feel the fact that all the panels are carbon fiber. You can hear all the rocks that getting kicked up into the wheel wells.
I can feel the engine vibration through my seat right now. Just at idle. Just idling.
It has stiffer engine mounts, and as you can maybe see, or there'll be a B-roll shot, the airbox is in the car with you. It's not under a cover.
So cool.
It's not behind a window. That piece of carbon fiber right there is the top of the actual airbox, and the intakes come in where there once were quarter windows are now carbon fiber intakes.
Which is super cool.
It's 500 horsepower. It's the GT3 engine, right? Adapted for a mid-engine configuration.
So flipped around.
They got to change some stuff. And the gearbox is a hodgepodge of Porsche other parts. But the long and short of it is the PDK gear ratios are much shorter than the regular Boxster, Spyder, or GT4, which allow you to spend more time up near the 9,000 RPM red line. Okay, no more wasting time. Let's just go. Listen to this, Zach.
First time in this car at all.
Yeah, Zach's getting the initial impression experience.
Wow. I feel like I'm riding on the back of the GT3 RS and holding on with my ear down by the exhaust system.
So the overwhelming sensation is the intake noise, which you're sharing in here, right? You can play an intake symphony.
Oh my God. flat six buzzsaw. Like, it's like sitting by the racetrack, but you're sitting, I don't know, on the car.
I just downshifted from 7,500. I was at 7,500 and I went, I'm gonna go down a gear.
Beyond most cars' red line.
Yeah, so this thing spins and revs so freely and so smoothly.
Good
How
Lord.
unbelievable is the metallic rasp
Yeah.
that happens between 8 and 9? Just insane,
Wow.
right?
Ooh, these seats are good.
Brakes,
Wow.
carbon ceramic, extremely powerful. Turn in, very sharp. And being a Cayman, it's the right size for a canyon road. Not too big, not too wide. And it's very fun to bang the rev limiter at 9. Super sharp, very balanced when you load it up.
Jeez.
And with the shortened gear ratios, you can actually get to red line on a canyon road.
I mean, because one of the big complaints with the GT4 and basically all the other 718s is like the gearing was really, really tall.
Right.
You know, and now they fixed that and they gave you more power. 'Cause what? Second gear goes to 70 in this?
Second gear is like 72, 73.
In the other ones, could you go all the way to 60 in first? Or do you have a shift?
Yeah, ooh, I don't recall.
That's like the Lamborghini trick?
I don't think you can.
Okay, so it's probably close.
We have Harley. This video, unfortunately, we had to shoot a little later in the day and a little later in the week than we would prefer. But when we're talking about GT4 RS, beggars cannot be choosers. We'll take what we can get.
While we're riding slowly, how was your freeway trip?
So while we were going slowly, and maybe this Harley Davidson will move over, this car beats the shit out of you on the freeway. I almost spilled my coffee. Like, you can't take a sip of your coffee unless you really can see that it's smooth ahead, or unless you're stopped at a light or something. It's bumpy and bouncy, and even the soft suspension, which we're in right now, this is the soft setting. There's no reason to use the hard setting ever. But the soft setting is still stiff and bumpy, and I honestly, as good as, oh, please pull over here. No, we're not going to do it.
He doesn't have any mirrors. He doesn't know
He doesn't even know we're here.
Yeah.
Because he's hidden his mirrors. Even with as amazing as the powertrain and the rest of the car is, I wouldn't want to daily it. It's too much. You might be able to hear my seat rubbing against the roll cage. Mm-hmm. So there's that. That's one thing I wouldn't really love.
I mean, when we pulled out of the parking lot, like going over a couple of cracks, I was bouncing all over the place.
We'll make ourselves a gap if this guy's not going to know we're there. But
I mean, I felt that way about the GT3 RS also. Yeah. Like, it's great, but it is pretty brutal to drive around town.
All the RS products are brutal to drive around town. It doesn't mean that you wouldn't want to drive it to the racetrack. You wouldn't want to bear the freeway to get to your canyon, but you could certainly daily drive a regular Cayman or a Boxster. You could daily drive a GTS. It would be delightful.
Yep.
You could even daily drive a GT4 or a Boxster Spyder with the comfort seats in it. That's totally doable. With this, unless you live somewhere where the roads are amazingly glass smooth, this will beat you up. A little more, and then Zach can drive up. Balance of power to brake to size to weight, totally in harmony. It's super, super fast, but it never feels quite like it's going to get away from you or overwhelm you with the torque, Woo!
Woo!
And you can, you get a little of those every once in a while because the throttle is so sharp.
Yeah.
That if you're right kind of pushing into it as you hit some bumps, you can get that. It doesn't bother me. It's kind of a race car vibe.
We had that problem with the Rivian also. Basically, any motor or powertrain that's really responsive, the throttle has to be calibrated just so.
Insane, right?
race car experience inside. Holy crap.
Right?
Wow. The blast, the response is so, even from this seat I can tell, like, the response is so
that
good.
metallic rasp is like my favorite thing in the world. All right, so there's a spot up here. Now that we've caught this Harley again, we'll flip around. This video doesn't need to be 45 minutes long. You'll get the idea. But we need to see Zach's first impression, because my first impression of this thing on the track was amazing. But I don't think I really appreciated how loud it is with a helmet on. You know, now that I've got it with no helmet on, I'm like, you live in the airbox.
Yeah, you're gonna have tinnitus later.
Yeah.
You're like, mall. How's the turning radius in this car?
Not as good as the 911s because it's got wide wheels and no rear steer, but manageable.
All right.
Yeah.
And that's how they sell the car.
Joy Machine.
Joy Machine. Oh man.
Razor sharp, right?
Razor sharp. This highlights all the flaws in the Elantra N's steering that I drove up here. Like, this is what an E-Pass should be. So it just feels, I mean, this is like, it's not unexpected because the GT4 and the 718 platform were already so balanced and so even, but now you just add more of everything. It's more everything.
More race car.
God, it's so nimble. Wow!
Sticky front end,
so
right?
sticky, yeah, really good.
So with these tires specifically, before they get warm,
Yeah.
it can push a little bit because they're R compound,
Yeah.
right? So you gotta get heat in them. But when you do, watch over crest.
Damping's
Nice.
good, yeah. It settles really quick. It is
Yeah.
stiff, but it figures that out really easily. Good brakes. Oh, such good brakes.
Yeah.
This makes me like pine for the days when Ferrari didn't have turbos on their cars.
Yeah.
Because you'd have that awesome shriek sound right behind you.
Yeah. It's like it's the best NA engine ever.
Ooh, you can feel that little bit of scrub in the back. I mean, those hard engine mounts and the bushings, like I could feel the tire going as we came out of that corner. Mid-corner downshift is messy, but not a problem.
Change gear whenever you want. No
Pretty
problem.
much, right?
Cyclist.
Yep.
I know you saw it. Sorry.
No.
I
It's
can't
good.
help but call it out.
It's always good. It's good to have redundant safety.
Riding up this road is gnarly.
Yeah.
Good for you, sir.
How
Good
far?
for you.
We're like 30 miles
It's
up. aren't
far,
we?
yeah.
I mean, they've been at it for a while. What an oral experience.
Right? It's
Wow.
Everything. I mean, because it sounds great all the time, but like, you really got to be past 6.
Yeah, which is hard to do. This makes me think of the Lamborghini STO, which had the airbox, but it was just to cool the engine. It wasn't the intake.
Oh yeah,
Like,
the
what a
snorkel.
missed opportunity. Oh my God. Wow. That sound.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down to 2 just to go back to 3. Like, I don't want to rev it out in 3rd.
Note
All right.
to supercar makers: put airbox in cabin.
Yeah. The tone really, really changes from 8 to 9.
Yeah.
It's not just louder. It's like a different pitch. Yeah. I mean, anyone who buys one of these is going to be pretty happy as long as they don't try to drive it, you know, on like the Jersey Turnpike or any really bumpy road.
It's not great on bumpy highways. You get tossed around a lot, you know.
Yeah.
It's bearable, and you know what you're getting when you buy an RS product, but it's not like it's not like it's focused on that. It's really focused on track work and very smooth canyon roads.
Yeah, and that was the intent of the car. So like,
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing it for being bumpy on.
It just
you
is
know,
what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
But I mean, as a track car, toy, race car, I mean, just
So gnarly.
mid-engine is just so good, and it really confirms everything we suspected about this platform as soon as they built it. We're just like, when are they going to put the good engine in? When are they going to put the good engine in?
The Cayman complex, we would call it. It's just so great.
It sounds like a bunch of saws just yelling at each other.
Cyclists.
Oh, thank you.
And the top of third gear is like 20 or 25 mile an hour shorter in this than it is in the regular GT4.
That's a huge delta.
It's a big delta, and so you really rip through the gears quicker. It gives you much more opportunity to use the top of the power band, and it's just it livens up the car even more, you know?
And the experience. Like, I drove, all the 718s like back to back one day in Malibu. I don't think I ever really hit redline because
it's tough.
even in second, it was so fast.
It's tough.
Now, back to 2. Man, the suspension dampening is nice.
And don't forget, we just passed that sign. We're at 5,000 feet.
Wow.
So we're not even really making all the potential power of this engine.
Yeah.
You know? We're probably down 10%
At least.
up here.
And you're so right, it downshifted 284.
Yeah.
It goes, I have the revs, I will do that. And
Yeah, like other cars, they won't give you a gear unless you've got a certain cushion at the top. The cushion on this car is 1. If you have 1 RPM left to give, it will give you the gear.
Yeah.
Like
that's how it should be, but a lot of cars don't do that.
Isn't that wild?
Oh wow.
What a car, right?
Yeah, what a car.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm not really sure how I could improve this. I mean, manual, it would be nice if it came with a manual. I don't know if I could keep up. I certainly wouldn't want to drive it in manual on a track.
It'd be hard.
On the street, a manual would be really fun, and I would enjoy it. But beyond that non-existent choice of not having a manual, I'm not really sure how I would improve this product.
That's why we don't have the job that AP has,
Right.
I mean, the seats are good, the tactile, everything's good. This is a great...
So, is it great on the street? Like, yeah, it is. It is great on the street. It's just not great as a daily driver in a bumpy city. It'll beat you up. And if, by the way, it has nose lift, which is good.
Very good.
But if you do lift the nose, it gets really bumpy.
Oh yeah, because then there's no spring.
Right.
Yeah.
It gets super bumpy. So if it's like, oh, it's got nose lift, it's not a problem. But like, you really don't want to drive around with nose lift.
Oh, good Lord, no.
Unless you don't, it'll get you into the driveway or whatever. But
I think what we're saying is, don't be the person that wants to stunt around town and look like race car driver if you don't go to the track all the time, because you will just be sacrificing your own comfort, and it doesn't make sense.
Right. And compared to as I said in the track video, which you should have watched by now, compared to the Demand Motorsport 4.5 liter engine that I'm getting in my Boxster Spyder when they fish it from the bottom of the ocean, the difference here between this and that, first off, my car is going to make a lot more power. My car is going to make 65 more horsepower. It's going to make about 55 more torque.
Jeez.
But you don't get the revs. The red line is 7,800 in my car. The red line here is 9. And as we've just demonstrated both here and on the track, what happens between 8 and 9 is quite special.
Yeah, it's good.
And so with my car, because I'm going to use it as a street car and a canyon car, it'll have more mid-range punch. And it'll sound cool, don't get me wrong. That thing's going to sound cool. But it'll have more mid-range punch from 3 to 6, which is where I'm more likely to spend my time.
Yeah.
Versus this, on a track or whatever, you're up at 7, 8, 9, and you get that metallic rasp that is really worth the money. It's very, very cool.
Wow.
So thanks to Porsche for letting us have another go on the street. Please go watch my track video. I've also got a Just the Noise video on the track. Mm-hmm. I'm also writing this up for Road and Track magazine, so you can read some written words there as well, with photographs by Jamie Lippman, which we shot this morning. So thanks to you guys for watching, and we'll see you later. Bye.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app, available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
I have a tendency to brake very early into that corner because I don't want to use it as a ramp.
Hey folks, today's video is brought to you by the coolest new coffee product I have seen in a long time. It's called Cometeer, and it's unlike any coffee you have seen before. This stuff is brewed fresh, flash frozen, and concentrated, and mailed frozen to your door every month. It can save you time, money, and it's even a fun ritual to do out here with our Rivian pickup truck in the middle of the woods. All you got to do is take one of these fully recyclable pods and mix it with hot or cold water. There is an ice cube of frozen concentrated coffee in here. So all you do, open it up, pour it in to your cup, and mix with 8 ounces of hot or cold water. Let it melt, give it a stir, or not, it'll be fine. I'm gonna add 1 sugar because that's how I like it. And this pod is totally recyclable. You can have your coffee anywhere you want, even out in the woods, at your kitchen table. Smells fresh. Absolutely delicious. They've got so many different flavors, light roast, dark roast, from all parts of the world. Hit the link in the description. This will completely change your coffee game. You gotta try it yourself, man. It's how I'm having all my coffee every morning before our shoots now. And thanks to Cometeer for sponsoring today's video. Hey folks, welcome to the streets of Willow Springs, the smaller track, the better track, the freshly paved track out here in the desert. And today I am driving a very special car, the 2022 Porsche GT4 RS. Based on the Cayman, of course, but now with more downforce, more light weighting, and the GT3 engine in the middle. I'm going to take this thing out on track. We're going to run some sessions. I've already had some practice, so I've re-familiarized myself with the counterclockwise layout. But first, we have a lot of information to get through, information I didn't want to try to relay while driving, so bear with me. In this video, we are going to try to determine if this is in fact the best Porsche that money can buy today, if the hype is real, if putting a GT3 engine in a Cayman is really the thing that we should be focusing on, and on a personal level, if this is the right choice for me instead of the Spyder with the 4.5-liter demand engine I have coming once they rebuild my car, because it's at the bottom of the ocean. So, what is the GT4 RS? Obviously based on the Cayman GT4 platform, but with the 4-liter 500 horsepower engine from the GT3 fitted in the middle. They have to spin that engine 180 degrees around for a mid-engine configuration, which does mean they have to change a whole bunch of other parts that you might not have thought about. One of the things they have to change is the airbox, which is now sitting inside the cabin. It shares the airspace with the driver, and this is only one of a very few cars where that is the case, and it results in, as you'll see, a very special sound and a totally unique experience. And they had to make the airbox in a very specific and very rigid way to avoid it becoming too much of a subwoofer, frankly. You want to harness those good frequencies and block the bad frequencies that could result from having a big airbox in the cabin. The engine itself makes 500 horsepower and 331 pound-feet of torque, which is a bunch. For now, as with all RS products, it only comes with the 7-speed PDK, which has unique ratios that have been shortened, far shorter than the standard PDK in the GT4, far shorter than the PDK in the 718 standard range, and way shorter than the regular manual gearbox in the GT4. As you will see, you rip through the gears pretty fast, and this track is second, third, and fourth gear. You probably might not even see fourth gear in a manual transmission GT4. You also get a bunch of carbon fiber, carbon luggage compartment, front fenders. This wing is carbon. The bonnet is carbon. There's reduced insulation and lightweight carpeting. The carbon bucket seats are standard. There's lightweight glass in the rear. Even if you tap it, you can hear it sounds different. The standard aluminum wheels are 4 kilograms lighter, and the magnesium wheels, which are optional with the Weissach pack, which this gray car has, the car I'll be driving, that saves 10 kilograms, 22 pounds. Then you can get the PCCBs, ceramic brakes, optional. That saves another 38 pounds. This car also has those. The as-tested weight, curb weight, is 32.27 pounds. The 10 horsepower that it makes less than the GT3, GT3 makes 510 horsepower, comes from the fact that the exhaust needs to wrap around the rear axle and subframe, whereas in the GT3, it can go straight from the engine right out the back. That's what Porsche says. It seems believable. 0 to 60 is 3.5 seconds. That's 0.5 shorter than the GT4 with the PDK, or a full second slower than the GT4 with the manual gearbox. To create the gearbox in this car, it's kind of a hodgepodge of existing parts, right? It's a combination of GT3 and GT4 parts. You've got the limited slip from the 991.2 GT3, the differential, the flywheel from the GT4 Club Sport, the gear set from the 991.2 GT3 RS, and then they've added a pressurized oil line so the engine and gearbox can spin at higher RPMs without trouble for longer periods of time. The result is that the 7th gear is shorter than the 6th gear of the manual GT4, and the 2nd gear red line is 72 miles an hour instead of 84 with the regular GT4. It's substantially shorter. I don't need to go through all the ratios, but trust me, they're all shorter. We also have center locking wheels, which is a first for Cayman. Cup 2R rubber. The ABS has been more programmed and is more sensitive. As you'll see on the track, the ABS works beautifully. There's also a 6mm wider front track, an 8mm wider rear track with more camber in the front and the rear, an extra quarter degree of negative camber in the rear. This wing plus the new front splitter makes 25% more downforce than the GT4. And in the high downforce mode, which is manually adjustable here, it makes the same as the GT3 in normal modes. They're approaching that. You've got NACA ducts in the front for cooling, and the swan neck rear wing, of course, makes the underside of the wing cleaner, which is actually the side of the wing that's doing more of the work. It has the side benefit of making the rear visibility a little better than the standard GT4. This is going to be a very exciting day. I realize that was a lot of information, and we will talk about a little more on track. So let's get our helmets and get going. Let's head out on the track. Gearbox in the manual mode, PDK in the sport, ESC off, exhaust loud. Righto, this car has, make sure my audio is good. This car has the Weissach pack. We don't do the lead follow, we do the follow lead with Pat Long, the world's fastest ginger, in the house. Shorter gear ratios will really make a difference here. Running the streets of Willow backwards, counterclockwise streets of Willow. Shifting all the way at 9, flat through the kink. Whee! Ceramic brakes on this version, into the bowl, as we just start her off nice. The
sound, folks. You share an airspace with the airbox. It sounds like a McLaren F1. It's amazing. The balance is excellent. You can adjust 3, 4, 5 times a corner if you want. Multiple adjustments per corner. The throttle is so precise that you can be constantly making adjustments. Trail braking is excellent. Listen to that! And while there is enough, I mean, there's tons of torque compared to your average Cayman, of course, but there's not so much torque that you have to be scared of the throttle. Right here, see that? Boom! Little lift, and it just rotates the back end around beautifully. The balance is superb. It's that sticky, icky. Brake feel is great on the PCCBs. I have a tendency to brake very early into that corner because I don't want to use it as a ramp. The extra power is great, but the shorter gear ratios are the jammy jam, and you can get that on your own Cayman. There's an aftermarket set for that. Just banging that rev limiter. Of course, in sport, it does not upshift. The magic is really happening between 7,500 and 9. I mean, come on. This is just delightful. You can really adjust there. When you get onto the skid pad and the grip gets low, watch, lift, rotate. It tucks so nicely. You can initiate just a little bit of push on the throttle. You can make that work for you. Whee! I got a little later there. Laid down. The poise is extraordinary. The extra bits of downforce really making me confident about the handling of the car. The steering is extremely precise. Look down, turn later. There we go. Always turn early there. Look up, get in. What an amazing machine. The Cayman complex is over. These cars have been running basically all day. Very short breaks in between, and the brakes have really held up. The tires have really held up. The engines have really held up, no issues at all, even with the air conditioning running. Whoa! It's got the fizz, people. It has all the fizz. It's like a Diet Coke with a Mentos dropped right in there. Is it Diet Coke? I don't know. It's a soda with the Mentos. Full combo. Leave it in third here. Go down to second here. The balance at the mid-corner is amazing. The mid-corner speed is really amazing. Hopefully I'm making Pat Long work just a little bit behind me. Flat through this. Woo! Man, it's fizzy as a mother. Then the grip changes here, and you got to work a little bit to balance it, trying to keep that nice and smooth. Can you tell how much fun I'm having? I am having a good ass time right now. The throttle is surgical. The gearbox is perfect. I mean, it's not a stick, but for racetrack duty, this is great. Perfect gearbox actuation. Gives you the right gear every time. I'm in manual, so I mean, when I ask for it, I don't have to ask twice. Little initiation rotating on the trail brake there. Tires are getting a little bit greasy. It's pretty warm out here today. So we're starting to get just a little bit slippery. Get down. I like how early you can get back on the throttle because you're not scared of a turbo shove. It's absolutely delightful. I mean, really, really as fun as sports cars get. I really feel like I'm one with it. Telepathic. It's just doing everything I want. And I'm not sure if it went any faster, if I'd be having any more fun. The fizz is so there. And it goes pretty much as fast as I can think around this track. I mean, really, really excellent balance of fun, pace, grip. Little deep there. Last slot lap. That zing. The brakes are still just right there. Porsche PCCBs, FTW. This car, although it has the lightweight magnesium wheels with the Weissach pack, I drove the other car that did not have those wheels, and frankly, I couldn't tell much of a difference. A little lighter in the steering maybe for this one, but not much. I don't know if it's 13 grand of difference. The Weissach pack does not even include those wheels. You have to get those wheels on top of that. What a very special machine this is. This is unbelievably good. So precise, so dialed, so composed, and yet you can get it to move just enough to play. That is absolutely the jam. That's the jam. We'll take a little cool down lap. We'll get this car cool down for the next driver, but man, let me tell you something. The weight reduction isn't immediately noticeable. It just adds to the total package. But it feels so agile and so lively. So willing to change direction. The downforce is there in the high-speed sections where we just went through that high-speed chicane there. It's just so planted, and even in the medium-speed corners, you can really, really adjust it a whole bunch of times. Right here, on the exits, especially if you've got positive camber, you've got all the grip in the world. And if you've got some negative camber to work with, like here, you can still get a really good balance going. This is since they paved it, this is a very smooth track. So the one thing I can't tell you about right now is how the car rides on the street. The GT3 RS really beats the crap out of me on the street, although it's glorious on the track. And I won't have any actual street time in this for a couple of weeks. They said a couple weeks I could get some street time to see what it's like in the canyons. But as a...
These guys are coming up on us on a good clip.
As an experience car, as a sensation car,
All good.
as a way to, as a driver, communicate with your car, it does not get a lot better. I mean, you can go much faster in cars like the McLaren 720 or something like that, or even Porsche's own 911 Turbo S will probably lap a track for most drivers faster than this. But this is a machine that is really optimized for becoming one with it, and in a lot of ways fulfilling the fantasies of people like me who go, here's your perfect balanced platform, why don't you put your best engine in it? Well, they have, and it works. Now, as to differences between this and the Demand GT4, the most apt comparison I can make between this and the Demand GT4, the Demand red lines at 7,800, this red lines at 9,000. The Demand, they don't modify this compartment, so you share the airbox with the engine. From a power delivery perspective, the Demand still feels quicker because it makes a lot more torque, a lot lower down. It makes a lot more power, a lot at medium speed. But this has the high revving engine. This has the really optimized PDK gearbox. So honestly, for me, if you were going to spend more time at the track, this with a PDK and Porsche's factory little bits that they've done everywhere, they've managed to do a lot. There's a lot of changes here, and nothing beats factory. Where factory is available, nothing beats factory. And they've given you so much with this car. Whereas as the ultimate street car, my Boxster Spyder that's coming in with a manual gearbox, comfortable air-conditioned seats, and a whole hot rod worth of power, I think that is probably the ultimate street toy. I can't wait to have a go in the canyons with this, just to see if the RS rides acceptably in the street. But on a track day, I'm sure on a weekend canyon blast, I mean, what an epic piece of machinery. These things are going to be $100 grand over. I can't necessarily tell you if it's worth it. I don't think this is a $300,000 driving experience, but for 140 something thousand plus options, I mean, what a machine! What an unbelievable machine! And taking Porsche's best engine, putting it in their best chassis, what could go wrong? I mean, nothing went wrong. It all went right. This car is fabulous. I have basically no criticisms. It's incredible. So if you have the means, get it. Especially if you get an allocation at sticker, 100%. Don't even question. Pick a color, spin that wheel, and have at it. And what an unbelievable machine. Beautiful, beautifully fun. Absolutely loved it. Fantastic stuff. So thank you for watching. Thank Porsche for having me out at Willow Springs today. Thank you to Mr. Patrick Long for leading me on the track and giving me a few pointers, because I don't normally run counterclockwise. So he's always a big help. He's a legend. And we'll be sure to be talking more about this on the Smoking Tire podcast. So follow us over there if you don't already. And that's it. Goodbye. See you later.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app, available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
Pop quiz, hotshot. What are 3 words that make a jaded automotive journalist foam at the mouth? Pre-production mule. And I have been begging Gunther Works to drive the pre-production mule of their Tornado turbocharged 993 reimagination car for months now, ever since I saw it on the stand at Goodwood. Finally, we have the chance. This thing is gonna be crazy. Carbon body, 295 front tires, 335 rear tires, and a Rothsport Racing air-to-water intercooled 4-liter twin-turbo engine that makes 750 horsepower through a 6-speed manual gearbox. You heard that right. 2,670 pounds, 750 air-cooled horsepower. This is like Group C level craziness, right? And just to look at it, it looks nasty. Now, it's unfinished. It's a mule. That's the point. It's like one of those camouflage cars you see running around Detroit. And so we're not going to evaluate the interior because it pretty much has none, right? We're not going to evaluate the quality of the paint because it just has a crappy wrap on it. What we are here to evaluate, both for you, the audience, and Gunther Works themselves, who have asked for feedback, is how this psycho death machine drives in the canyons.
Guys, we wouldn't be able to do what we do here without today's sponsor, Keeps. And when we're talking about Keeps, that means we're talking about hair loss. Look, I am example A. You got 2 choices when your hair starts to go. Commit and embrace the razor, and there's no going back from that. That's a life decision. Or get yourself Keeps. Keeps offers expert care for hair loss from the comfort of your own home without ever having to visit a doctor's office or a pharmacy. Keeps offers both of the FDA-approved hair loss treatment options, as well as a 2-in-1 gel that combines both treatments. According to clinical studies, treatments offered by Keeps are 90% effective at treating hair loss and can increase your hair growth by up to 35%. All treatment plans are personalized to address your unique needs and recommended by a licensed medical provider. Treatment is then delivered right to your door on your schedule. It could be every 3, 6, or 12 months, whatever works best for you. They deliver treatments directly to your door in discreet, non-branded packaging. As part of your Keeps treatment plan, you can message your medical provider or the Keeps care team anytime via their secure messaging portal. You've got the treatments, you've got the shampoos and the conditioners, you've got the thickeners. It's a total package solution. Hair loss stops with Keeps. So for a special offer to get started, go to keeps.com/smokingtire. Hit the link in the video description. That's keeps.com/smokingtire. And thank you to Keeps for sponsoring today's video.
Well, if you think it looks nuts, you should see how it drives. Yowza! Your 935 fantasies have come to life, folks. The engine is just insane. 4 liters, air-cooled, twin charge-cooled, twin turbo. That air-to-water intercooler up front with the Venturi tunnel. And it's just a featherweight. You know, the first thing I noticed, because I started by driving it around the city because it was dropped at my office, is actually that in many ways it doesn't drive like it looks. The adjustable JRZ shocks, which you can tune with this phone here in real time, are quite compliant. It looks mean and menacing, but it has a great ride. The clutch is very light. The shifter doesn't require a lot of effort. The first thing I texted the Gunther Works guys was, how do you hold so much power with such a light clutch? I drove this thing in the city, I drove it in traffic, and it was fine. I'm not saying it would be the ideal daily, but I am saying that it doesn't feel like driving a race car on the street. It feels refined and easy. It's loud, but you could go on a road trip in it, or take a drive to work, or go get dinner. It would be great. Then you start to go quick, and things get out of hand pretty rapidly. 750 horsepower. Oh yeah. 600 pounds of torque. Rear drive, carbon body, doesn't weigh anything. Carbon wheels. Aggro. Those 295 front, 335 rear Contis were sized just for this car. They didn't come in that size before. Oh boy, this thing is bananas. The steering is pretty much just like their naturally aspirated cars. In this case, it's got a slight tendency towards understeer, which is okay. The power band of the engine is really smooth, and that big turbo shove starts low, only about 2,500 RPM, and you get a big rush of air. Huge Brembo brakes, the biggest that'll fit in 18-inch wheels, and with a car this light, plenty. And again, there's that clutch. I'm truly shocked at how light the clutch pedal is, considering it holds so much horsepower. And it's got good feel too. The gearing is really right. 6-speed gearbox is custom for Gunther, based on the 993 Turbo's G50. Very direct shifts. This is pros only. This thing is nasty. And I'm not saying it's hard to drive. I'm just saying life comes at you real fast. And there's not a lot of aids. In fact, there's nothing that's going to save you. Woo! It's insanely fast. Insanely fast. Unbelievable. Okay, and for the practicality, we've got nose lift right on the steering wheel. Boom. Takes a couple seconds to pop up, 3-4 seconds. You can do it while turning the wheel. The turning radius with these carbon fiber front wheels, 295 tires, the turning radius is awful. That's the only thing about this car that makes it suboptimal for city use. Parking's not great, but the compromise has to come from somewhere, right? Nose down. So let's pull out the phone where you've got the controller, and rather than comfort, I've selected sport. Now you can change your pitch, dive, your roll, your damping settings. I'm not smart enough to do that. So I've just gone from comfort to sport. And let's see how that goes. Man, when you hit second, the earth starts spinning the other way. As the tires get some heat into them, that tendency towards understeer reduces a bit. Understeer obviously safer than oversteer, particularly in a rear engine, rear drive car like this. Third gear is really nice on this road. It makes great use of the power band and how wide it is. Red line is 7,500, but it feels like peak torque is maybe between 3 and 4. It's a nice wide power band. Easy to heel toe, although I have to wear slightly narrower shoes. My New Balance is not the best for this car. I really like how the brakes work. I mean, very progressive pedal. There's a bit of weight on it, but no problem. Heart rate's really going now. You gotta work to keep up with this car. This car doesn't come to you, you gotta go to it. And I love that. Not every car needs to be for everybody. This is for the hardcore. Unreal. Shout out to Gamroth for building this bonkers engine. Although the steering is really on the heavier side, it does turn in like a modern car. It does not turn in at all like an old air-cooled 911. Less steering input for sure. I actually like the sport suspension. The sport suspension setup is quite good on this road. This is like some crazy Pikes Peak shit, dude. I can't believe they're just gonna sell this to people. Very, very rich people who probably know what they're getting into, but still. By the time you get to like 5,000 RPM in fourth, wow, the way it took that big dip, you know, really the most impressive thing, obviously the engine's crazy, the power is beyond, the power to weight is beyond, but for something that looks like this, and for something that has the performance capability that his has, which is at the very, very top of the envelope, the very, very edge. Look, I'm gonna raise the nose here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're up. For something that has performance at this level, I'm actually super impressed at the ride. On the highway, in the city, or on a relatively bumpy canyon road like this, the ride is excellent. And as I nose back down, now I'll just cruise back to home base. You know, you can drive around shifting at 3,000-4,000 RPM, 10% throttle, and it's very behaved. And as Gunther has come along with each successive model, they've managed to spread that comfort to performance spectrum pretty wide. And this actually may be the most comfortable one yet. I mean, there's no interior in here, and racing seats and harnesses, and it's obviously an unfinished mule. We know what the interior will be. We've been in other Gunther cars. It's going to be that. So forget that. But the balance of ride and handling, acceleration, braking, steering, it's all there. I mean, the ingredients are there. Just got to put it back in the oven for a little bit, and we are good to go. I mean, that's an unbelievable experience that if you're not an experienced driver, I would stay away from this. This is a lot of car, but oh boy, oh boy.
And remember, Always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
Welcome to Levi, Finland, 170 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle and a popular ski destination for Finns and other Europeans, despite the fact that in the winter there's only 2 hours a day of sunlight. It's cold, it's dark, and it's remote. The perfect place for Porsche's Ice Experience Center, a monstrous motorsport facility built on a swampland that's virtually unusable for anything else during the summer months. Porsche has invited me all the way out here to try something totally new, their GT4 E-Performance functional concept race car on the ice. And as a kicker, they're going to let me have a bunch of seat time to get my bearings in a GT4 Club Sport on studded tires. The GT4 E-Performance is Porsche's best attempt at a sustainable customer racing series to complement or perhaps even replace the 911 Super Cup. Based on the Cayman GT4 Club Sport, this car has dual electric motors, all-wheel drive, and a 60 kilowatt-hour battery that can, in qualifying trim, output 1,000 horsepower. It can lap virtually any track as fast as the current 992 generation Cup car, even at just under 3,500 pounds. Light for a sedan, heavy for a sports racer. But the battery also has to last 30 minutes at full racing pace without losing performance, which would, by Porsche's estimate, require 90 kilowatt hours, 50% more than the car holds when fully charged. To make up for the difference, Porsche have installed an 800 kilowatt onboard charger that takes advantage of the fact that race cars generate a lot of energy under braking. In racing trim, the power is dialed back to around 600 horsepower, and the regenerative braking puts enough juice back into the batteries to finish the race. The onboard charger also means that if an 800 kilowatt DC fast charger did exist, the car could be fully charged in about 15 minutes from empty. As it sits, the concept is mainly charged through regular DC fast charging, just like a Taycan.
One of the questions I had for Porsche was, how do they keep this thing and other electric cars charged way out in the middle of the wilderness here at the Ice Experience? And they said, Matt, we are turbocharging. And I was like, what do you mean? And they go, turbocharging. And this is the turbo charger. It is a giant semi-truck of batteries. It's 2.1 megawatts. In case you're wondering what 2.1 megawatts actually is, they tell me that one of their employees here uses just over 2 megawatts of power in his home for an entire year. So it's a year worth of home power in this trailer. And what that really means is they can DC fast charge at 270 kilowatts, 10 Porsche Taycans, 5 on each side of the trailer at the same time.
Porsche is trying to make electric sports cars not only as fast and consistent as gas cars, but also as fun by giving the driver more control in new ways than ever before. The GT4 E-Performance has adjustable brake bias and adjustable power bias in real time using the 4 shift paddles on the steering wheel. There's a hydraulic handbrake, and there's the coolest bit of all, which Porsche has developed only in the last week before I arrived in Finland, the oversteer pedal. You heard that right. You see, when driving all-wheel drive cars on loose surfaces, you need to use your left foot on the brake when powering out of corners to reduce understeer and better point the nose. But in this car, you have 2 independently controlled electric motors. When you're on the accelerator coming out of a corner and you left foot brake, it doesn't actually brake, but it cuts power to the front motor while overdriving the rear motor, adding more slip angle without reducing speed. A perfect technology to debut on ice. First things first, they strapped me into the old school gasoline GT4 Club Sport to get familiarized with ice driving. We did some slaloming, some Scandinavian flicks, some drifts, some big continuous donuts, and some transitions to get used to the way the tires gripped on the ice with the studs. Then we tried the same thing in the E-Performance, which was a whole other world. There was a lot to think about. All new controls, a yoke-style wheel, which is awful for oversteer, and the all-wheel drive technique is completely different to how you would do rear drive on a loose surface. The lack of a factory climate control meant the windows got fogged up and it was impossible to see with the white-on-white track and the gray sky. Let's just call the whole thing suboptimal. But it was fast. Far too fast for a first-timer on a loose surface where anything above about 400 horsepower just turns into wheel spin. The warm-ups didn't exactly build a lot of confidence. Then, with 1 hour of sunlight down and 1 hour of sunlight to go, we had to stop to charge the car. To bide my time and completely deprogram my brain in the process, I got to run the full rally stage in the GT4 Club Sport, possibly the best 20 minutes of driving I've ever had.
Let me tell you guys something right now. Even if this is it, even if I don't get to drive the electric GT4 E-Performance, still one of the best days of driving ever. GT4 Club Sport on studded tires in Finland on the ice track. It is tricky to see. Everything is kind of white on white, but I am having the best time right now. I love rear-wheel drive rally car, particularly on the right tires, particularly on the right surface. And what a treat. The GT4 Club Sport, 425 horsepower, very light, super responsive, TDK gearbox. But I don't know if you can see how tricky it is to see the white on white land, but woo! I have set it up so that when I left foot brake, it uses just a hint more rear brake than front, making it slightly better to Scandi flick and initiate that slide with. I mean, come on! It's light for 2 hours a day here, and I'm using every minute of it. Just fantastic. Rise up, rise up, rise up! Woo! Now you can only really start to see where you're going once you've worn some tracks into the snow. Flick, go, go! But I love the rear drive rally because I can just modulate that back end on the power in a way that I can't do with an all-wheel drive car. As we'll see with the all-wheel drive E-Performance after this. But even if this was it, what a day! What a day at work! I love Finland. All this and I had reindeer for lunch? Oh yeah, baby. Well, now let's see if I can do it in an all-wheel drive car.
By the time I got to have a go on camera in the GT4 E-Performance, it was 3 p.m. and fully dark. They put put me on an ice circuit I've never seen before and said I got 3 laps total. No pressure or anything.
This thing is so gnarly. It's so much different than any other Porsche race car I've driven. You really have to be very patient with the steering. But with the straight cut gears, it sounds just like a cup car. Get out of the banking. Woo! Using the handbrake, which is fully mechanical, and then I can left foot brake to power oversteer just the rear motor. Okay.
And then, out of nowhere,
Oh no!
snowbank. Fortunately, because it never gets above freezing here, the snowbanks are soft and hitting one won't damage the car, although you do need to tow out, which is kind of embarrassing.
So that's how quick things can go wrong in this car. These straight cut gears are crazy loud. And what's interesting is, in a cup car, they're also super loud. You can't hear the engine in that thing either. So the experience is oddly similar. I gotta stop counter steering. Okay. Well, I was finally starting to get it a bit there. Still using a little too much of the handbrake, but I'm coming from such a rear-wheel drive mindset that I really need that handbrake to get this all-wheel drive car rotating. I feel like with some training, I would get better at that. Am I leaving here an all-wheel drive convert? Probably not. But there's no question that as a concept, this thing does work. It goes really fast, it gets the power down, and with the tricky software they've got going that allows you to use the left foot brake to overdrive the rear wheels compared to the front, that is a really interesting thing that shows you how you can make it fun to control an electric powertrain on an icy track.
Look, honestly, while I appreciate the drive, this isn't enough seat time in a very high-pressure, stressful, and unfamiliar environment to do this and actually look good on video. Just isn't. But the car is promising. It's very fast, it makes the same straight-cut sounds you get from the Cup car, it looks great, and in its own way, it's fun and offers a lot of control, sometimes in ways that would be impossible in a gasoline car. It may not be for everyone, but the future of electric GT racing is brighter than I would have thought a year ago. Now, can I have one more go in the GT4 Club Sport?
The 911 ST. Is it a parts bin cash grab or something totally different? Is it that different than the GT3 Touring, and is it worth all of the extra money it costs, which it does? We're in Italy to find out. It's the 60th anniversary of the 911, so Porsche decided to give themselves a present. The 911 ST. Wondering what the ST stands for? Basically, it's a turducken. In 1969, following the success of the super light race-ready 911R, Porsche sold a competition version of the street-legal 911S, but with a focus on making it as light as possible. They took an S, gave it the reduced comfort and 2.2-liter engine from the 911T, and voila. To the world, and most importantly, the FIA's homologation rules, it was still an S, but internally it was an ST. It had plexiglass windows and body panels made of fiberglass. In 1970, STs nearly swept the Monte Carlo Rally, and they went on to compete in Le Mans, East African Safari, Daytona, and more. This new ST follows a similar formula, but Porsche doesn't want you to think of this as a parts bin car. And that's true. The doors come from the GT3 RS, as does the engine, the rear sway bars, the springs, and the dampers. And if you're going to have the carbon fiber reinforced doors, you need to have the fenders to match, although these don't have the vents cut in the top. And the hood comes from the GT3 Touring. You see, the parts don't come from bins, they come from other cars. But that's not a bad thing, because all the work they've put into this mean that this car weighs just 3,056 pounds, making it the lightest 911 on sale today. And just because two pizzas have the same ingredients doesn't mean they're going to taste the same, especially when the pepperoni is controlled by a lot of computers. A food analogy in Italy? I'll be waiting for my Pulitzer. Anyway, the engine and some body panels aren't the only hand-me-downs. The suspension hardware is exactly what you get on the normal GT3. The difference is that Porsche's engineers have spent more than a full year tuning the dampers and steering. A full year of road tests, keystrokes, and algorithms, the only goal being to perfect how the car feels and reacts to both the road and driver. There are a few new parts though. The rear steer is gone, and the steering ratio has changed from 14:1 to 15:1. It only comes with a manual, and most impressively, they reduced the clutch and flywheel mass by 50%, helping the engine spin to 9,000 RPMs even quicker than before. So how does this pizza taste?
Guys, you know, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without the support of our amazing sponsors, and perhaps the most amazing of all is AeroPress. I have been using AeroPress for 10 years now. It is the world's best coffee maker. The fact that it's lightweight, super durable, and super portable, that's just a bonus. Whether you are making a single or double cup or a little bit more with the AeroPress XL, it is the perfect at-home or on-the-road coffee solution. But big news, folks, now available in Walmarts across the country. Chances are, no matter where you live, there's a Walmart near you. Walk right up in that place, take one home. AeroPress available at Walmart. You got the regular, the XL, and the new holder system, right? The organizer keeps your AeroPress, your cap, and your filters all organized. So thank you to AeroPress for supporting today's video, and go check one out for yourself at Walmart.
It's incredible and very, very fast. The engine revs up so incredibly quickly. It's not like the GT3 or the RS engine were any slouch, but what they've done is they've just removed a little bit of rotating mass from the clutch and the flywheel, so it just spins up that little bit quicker. It's so fast. Peak torque is around 6,500 RPM, and then peak power doesn't hit until 8,250, and it redlines at 9. Although we haven't been on many roads here that are long enough to explore that, even with rear gearing that's 8% shorter than the GT3 Touring. It revs so quick. It's like throwing a tennis ball against the ceiling. Now, despite the lighter rotating assembly and the shorter gearing, Porsche says that the 0 to 60 time for this car is 3.5 seconds. I think that's very conservative, because Car and Driver tested the GT3 Touring manual and they hit 60 in 3.3 seconds. So I would bet my BMW's next service charge that this will be a little bit quicker. Oh my God. so angry. When I drove the GT3, I complained frequently about how bumpy it was on roads, even when the roads seemed like they were fairly perfect. Even with small bumps underneath good tarmac, you really felt it and kind of bumped out of the seat. This has done a much better job of managing a lot of really imperfect tarmac. On this trip, we have been on everything from fairly brand new blacktop to mottled patchwork and sand and some kind of rough stone. And this has done a much better job of keeping the tires on the ground and upsetting the driver and the car a lot less. I mean, it's pretty raw, but it doesn't like skip over bumps. Even there, that was a really strange transition. The tarmac went up about an inch or an inch and a half, and we heard the sound, but we didn't feel it. I didn't get pushed up out of my seat the way I have in the GT3. I mean, you can probably hear that on the microphone, on the speaker. Like, there are little potholes all over this road, but the car is not skipping across them at all. It just absorbs them and keeps moving on. The front end grip from the Pilot Sport Cup 2s is as crazy and impressive as you'd expect. 255 fronts, huge rears. But the steering feel is amazing. One thing they didn't want to do was put weight in the steering as a sort of fake version of feedback. Some car companies will basically take the assist away, and they call that sport mode. So the steering wheel gets heavy, and you go, ooh, I can feel so much. It's like, no, there's a difference between effort and communication. They wanted to focus on communication. So the steering is kind of light off center, but the only feedback you're getting as you get into the angle is from the lateral load being put onto the tire. I don't know, it feels really direct and honest. I think McLaren is still slightly better, but that's because that's a true hydraulic setup. This, they said their goal was to mimic a hydraulic steering system as best as they could. And once again, it's my favorite EPS system on the market. Now, you might have noticed from the interior shots that there's no mode knob right here. We don't have the different modes. We have a button for shocks, which the suspension engineer said he would prefer to use on a smooth track or a really, really smooth road. It makes the car more eager to turn in and stiffens things up a little bit. I play with it a little, and it's a little hard to tell the difference because we haven't been covering the same turn over and over and over again, so it's really hard to kind of A/B test that. Subjectively, it's felt like it stiffens the car up a little bit. I've been perfectly happy keeping the car in normal mode. It is plenty sharp. Porsche's rear steer is so good that it does my favorite thing, which is it's invisible. I don't really know that it's working. I can't tell it's back there the way I have with some Mercedes cars or others. But what I like here, and even though it's kind of a placebo effect, is I like knowing there's no variable back there. There's nothing going on that might upset the back or trick me or disturb the inputs I'm giving the car. It speaks to what the motive of this vehicle was. They wanted to make the ultimate driver's 911. It's not a track car, it's not a race car. They just wanted something that really optimizes for driver enjoyment. And I think getting rid of as many systems as possible is a good way to do that. It kind of makes the car a little bit more honest. And it saved 25 pounds. Jeez. And honestly, I haven't missed the rear steer. We've turned around, it's been fine. We've been on some really tight hairpins down here in the south of Italy. And never once have we had the 3-point turn or have I felt like we were missing some sort of agility in the car. No, quite the contrary. The car is very agile. And even with this slower steering rack, a lot of the work the engineer did on the suspension was to help the turn-in. So part of that was having a slightly smaller rear differential that stays open longer. It doesn't lock as quickly as the one on the RS does. That helps with the turn-in a little bit. It also stays open on exit a little bit as well. It's kind of the McLaren effect, really. Brakes are, of course, carbon ceramic, 6-piston front, 4-piston rear. They are gigantic. The pedal feel is really firm up top. I would say common among really high-performance sports cars these days, where the first like inch and a half of travel is very firm, and then you just have to get deeper and deeper into the pedal. But of course, they haul you down real quick. And I have rev matching turned off. I used it on the first day just while I was getting used to the car. And it's very helpful. Let's talk about the size of this car and its predecessor, the 911R. That car came out in 2016. And incredibly, 7 years later, a lot of cars have grown. This is basically the exact same size. It's the same exact wheelbase width. It's like half an inch taller or something like that, but they are basically the exact same size car. This makes a little bit more horsepower, but it also weighs 30 pounds more than the R did. The fact that it's the same size and weight, I think, is impressive because so many cars have grown by hundreds of pounds in that amount of time with electronics and systems and niceties and things like that. So keeping the weight and the size here is really cool. And the product of them spending a full year on this stuff is good. It's really good. This is how I want a sports car to ride. You know, it's firm, but it is not put off by these little bumps. It deals with them immediately, and the tire goes right back to the ground. It never leaves the ground, honestly. Frankly, there's not much to dislike. At low speed, the clutch sounds like a toddler throwing rocks into a garbage disposal. I recommend the four-way seats over the buckets for long drives. And there's more road noise than you'd get in a touring. Of course, the question many of you are wondering, and might also see as a little offensive, is what does it cost? Well, the car starts at $280,000, and this one, which has a few aesthetic changes to it, but no nose lift, no real options, is $300,000. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Were you surprised by that? It's a special edition 911 with a bunch of GT3 and GT3 RS parts. Of course it's going to be expensive. When I adjusted the 911R, which started at $185,000 in 2016, when I adjusted that for inflation, it was $230,000. So that's not bad. They just added $50,000 to $60,000 on top of that. But, you know, they got to pay their employees, right? I mean, and honestly, this car has everything a driver could want in a 911. It has the best engine you can get in a street car. They've lightened it and changed it. They've improved a bunch of things. It rides a little bit better. It's also the lightest one. I mean, that stuff has to be worth something. And it's exclusive. They're making 1,963 of these. When you combine optimized performance with limited production run, and it has a marketing story attached to it, it's going to be expensive, unfortunately. But the good news is that it delivers on all of the promises, and I think it lives up to the hype. Whether or not it's worth the money is an incredibly subjective question. I will not say that it is or is not. That is 100% up to the potential shopper or you, the viewer. All I will say is that this does justice to the story we were told and to the spec sheet it has. We actually had a GT3 touring on hand, and although I didn't have time to film it, in just 10 minutes of driving, I was shocked by how different the cars feel. The touring was quieter, but it skipped across bumps in the road rather than managing each one. It actually moved around more. And the steering had only 70% of the feel and feedback and energy that the ST does. The bar has once again been raised by the alchemists at Porsche. If your goal is to tickle all the synapses that love driving, and if you can afford it and you don't mind the increased cabin noise, I think this is the most exciting 992 road-focused car that one can possess. Whoa. Second. Okay, I'll stop here.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
Hey everybody, welcome to the forest. It's a beautiful October morning, and it's a good day because we have achieved total break-in. It's a multi-stage break-in for my demand 4.5 liter 718 Spyder. The way it goes is 1,500 miles, got to take it real easy. Upshifted 6, no multi-gear full throttle pulls, the whole deal. Then an oil change and a Blackstone test. If you don't know what that is, it's an oil analysis where they make sure there's no metals or other funkiness in your oil. Now, that first test, the oil's pretty nasty. Break-in oil, new engine, it's pretty gross. That's why you take it out quickly. Then we do new oil, and you drive for another 2,000 miles, you get an oil change at 3,500. Okay, so I went back to BBI Autosport, another oil change, another Blackstone test, and we are good to go.
Doctor says everything's fine.
Kosher.
Now you can go sprint. Okay.
Kosher. Now, the reason for all that really is longevity. If you don't care about the longevity of the engine, you don't have to do all those hoops. You can just pretty much run it, but you're going to need a rebuild sooner than if you don't.
Ooh, that's not a good idea.
If you do it this way, this demand 4.5 engine should be good for the same as if it was stock. That's the point of the break-in. If you don't know, this is a 4.5 liter, 570 horsepower, 450 torque. Those numbers are at the crank. Naturally aspirated, high compression, flat 6 engine. We also have a re-geared 6-speed manual gearbox. 2 through 5 are shorter. That fixes the only 2 problems that I ever had with the Spyder. Other than that, this car is basically perfect.
And you have a lighter clutch and flywheel.
Yes.
So it revs even a little bit quicker.
Yes, and a Quaife limited slip differential, which is better than what you get with Porsche. Also, I've gone to R Strada to put in those beautiful GT4 painted to match side scoops, which look better than the Spyder ones. And R Strada painted my brake calipers carmine red, which matched my interior better than the guards red calipers that it came with,
right,
on the PCCBs. So now we're cohesive, and believe it or not, I'm going to say this, I'm going to mean it, the car's done. It's not a project, it's not ongoing. These were the things, and they are done, and we now have the perfect car.
Well, most importantly, now we can go full throttle.
Yes.
And enjoy it. Because last time we drove this,
it was cold and wet.
At like 6,000 RPM, right?
Yeah.
And it was cold and wet.
Right.
It was the worst condition, basically.
Not the worst, but not ideal.
Definitely not
Now
ideal.
it's warm, it's dry, we have power, we're broken in, we are good to go. And it would not be possible for us to be up here today without this sponsor, who we got to talk about real quick. You know, guys, I love driving my car in the canyons. But you know what drives me nuts? This. Dirt. Making the U-turns, getting in and out of the car to film, my car gets filled with dirt. Fortunately, today's sponsor has brought a solution. Today's video is brought to you by the Fantic vacuum cleaners, and we've got 2 of them today, the V7 and the V8. This thing, the V7 Pocket, is tiny. Look at this, right together, USB-C, battery powered, 2 modes, high and higher. This thing can vacuum your entire car multiple times on a charge. It can reach in the little crevices. It's USB-C rechargeable, super powerful, and very quiet. Plus, easily compact, put it in the bag, keep it in your trunk, and have it when you're ready. And we've got the V8. No, it's not an extra cylinder, but it is extra accessories. Look at this, full hose setup. Now I can get into extra tight crevices with a special wand, and I can interchange the brush for cleaning my carpets. So between the 2 of these things, I've got every scenario covered. This thing can vacuum for 27 continuous minutes on low or 12 continuous minutes on high, meaning on one charge, you can vacuum your whole car multiple times. These vacuums are super versatile. I'm cleaning a car today, but you could clean your keyboard, your laptop, your desk, a pet house, a piano, your office, and more.
It only takes 2 to 2.5 hours to be fully charged, and it can share a charger with a cell phone, enabling you to fully charge the Fantic vacuums on the go at any time. Fantic is offering both the V8 and the V7 on special for Amazon Prime Day. Hit the link in our video description to get either of these and be ready for any mess your kids or the rocks can throw at your car.
All right, so I'm gonna have a go, and then young Zach, who is the same age as me, is gonna go. It's just Zach's birthday. Wish him a happy 41. Let's do it. And torque. Yes! The crazy thing about this car is that it just doesn't sound like any other Porsche. It's not that high-pitched wail of a GT3 or an RS car. It's got this low rumble and this guttural sound that I think is more like a World War II aircraft than another car.
Yeah.
6, 7, 8. Woo!
Wow! Wow!
And what's great about this car is it has more chassis than engine from the factory. And so by adding 150 horsepower, 150 torque, and shortening the gears, you're not actually overwhelming the car. It's fine.
Yeah, it was ready for it.
The response is just...
It doesn't even feel like there's a power band. It just feels like there's power.
all over.
Always. It's such a unique sound. I've never heard a car like this.
Sounds like war. Sounds like the end of the world. And part of the reason it sounds like that is not only because it's been bored and stroked, but because the Spyder and the Cayman do not have an exhaust that comes together like a 911. It's two synchronized 3 cylinders straight out the back, so it doesn't blend.
But at the top, you get a little bit of that Porsche drilling sound where everything gets really tight together. I mean, it's a very unique sound.
And you do get some burble, but that is not a burble tune. That is what the burble tunes are trying to emulate. That is a true high compression pop and bang. This engine is 13.5 to 1 compression, which is very high, although the stock engine is 13.0, so it's already high.
Well, stock engine's what, like 400 horsepower out of the 4-liter?
It's 414. Woo! Now that is delightful.
That is unique and pretty explosive.
That
in terms
is
of
pretty
speed
good.
The violent sound, it's great.
I think you should have a go.
Yeah, I agree.
You should definitely have a go.
Something I just noticed, not only do you have PPF on the entire car, you still have the protective film on your stereo and on your dead pedal.
I know. I haven't taken them off yet. This is going to be a moment.
Do you want to leave it on forever?
I don't give a shit.
The gray, I think the green triangle though breaks up this color.
Here we go.
And actually
Ready?
Doesn't help.
Watch me now.
It's just not a good accent.
Okay, here we go.
This is big. This is big.
Unboxing my multimedia unit. There you go. You have it. Zach has pressured me into removing the screen protector on my car after 1 year of ownership.
That's what I do. I had it for a year.
Yeah.
Every time I get in this thing, I'm just like, what is this kind of highlighter green triangle?
No, it's the thing. That way I could sell it later and go original OEM, yeah.
No fingerprints on this.
Right.
Totally different engine, completely.
Right.
And gears, and rear end, and brake color, and clear corner.
Yeah.
But this
Heavily
is stock.
modded car. No, so you have to put in the mode, the loud mode, and the sport mode.
Idle is very good. Your clutch pedal is pretty...
It's heavy.
It's heavy, yeah.
It's heavy. It's not...
some effort.
Yeah, well, the in order to handle the power, you know, they did have to put a heavier duty clutch.
Right.
And with that, unfortunately, comes a heavier duty clutch pedal. It's not so heavy that it bothers me, but it's the only thing about the car where you're like, this is a modified car.
Yeah, true.
You know?
Well, and this sound.
Well, the sound for sure, but Porsche could have done that. I don't think we need air conditioning on right now.
This is awesome.
Oh yeah.
I've never heard a Porsche sound like this. Maybe a race car at like Laguna Seca once or something, but
not a modern one. Maybe like an old race car.
Yeah, old race car. Jeez,
It's just totally different. Here's the part where Zach scares me in my own car.
Wouldn't be the first time. At least this seat adjusts. I couldn't drive your Corvette because
Oh, yeah,
bolted
true.
down. That was your safety mechanism. The echo off the wall.
What? Yeah, I mean, it's
good.
It's about that torque shove from 3,500. That's what makes it a street car, you know, and not a race car.
It feels like the torque and power band is flat.
Yeah.
Until you probably get to like 7, and then there's a little bit more. And the sound is intoxicating. That is absolutely great.
It's just so different.
Yeah. Jeez, okay. Revs up quick. I gotta get used to that.
Yeah, light flywheel.
I have driven this once before this.
And you were limited to $6,000.
And I was limited to $6,000. God, we were just so curtailed. What were we doing?
You know, those first 3,000 miles are frustrating.
This really highlights how good these cars are. Like you said, the fact it can take all this power.
PCCBs,
Yep,
all you need.
Glad we have a really stiff brake pedal, but that's kind of what Porsche
That's
does.
stock.
Like, really stiff.
Yeah.
You gotta really
And
get on them.
totally OEM suspension. I forgot to mention the wheels. HRE R101 lightweight wheels. Saves 3 pounds a corner. Stock size. Stock ride height.
That means it's still a usable car. I can't believe there's no resistance as you go up the rev range.
Yeah.
Like, it does not slow down its acceleration through the RPM. Whoa. Dude, that doesn't make sense.
It rips.
It revs so... Dude, what a great engine. Yeah, this makes sense. Man,
Third is where it's at.
Yeah.
Third is nasty.
Yeah, you just want to go down to 5, back to 7.
Yeah.
Back to 8. Wow. Dude, it revs so quick.
Yeah.
And I drove that 911 ST like 2 weeks ago. This feels like it revs up as quickly.
Doesn't this accelerate quicker than that?
Yeah, because that you had to get in the power band and then
Right.
it really flew. But this is just, it's all power band. Like, this has more
power band.
This has more shove than that did. Like, you know, I hit it at 4,
Yeah.
and you feel it kick.
Yeah.
And the ST was fast, but it was just a ramp. You know, it's like a 45-degree angle ramp, but
Yeah.
there's still a ramp. This is just like a jump.
Well, so, you know, that's the same thing with Spyder RS, which is, you know, almost the same engine as the ST. The Spyder RS, the GT4 RS, that's clearly a racing engine, right? Where if you keep it at 6,000 to 9,000, it's just crazy. But below that, it's nice, but it's not mind-blowing, right? Where this is a street car California Canyon hot rod,
Yeah.
where it's all about that power from 3. You know, you want to be able to squirt out of that second gear corner without going to first.
Right.
You know, you want to be able to have a real good passing power on the highway without dropping 2 gears.
Or not shift too much if you don't have to. You know, some
Right.
cars you have to like constantly change gear, and that can be fun. But this, I mean, you can just rip in third.
Yeah.
It smells a little bit like piss.
It does smell a little like piss, but like, it's not the car.
I hope it's not the
It's
car.
not the car.
Okay.
If the car smells like, no, the bathrooms are like right there.
Okay.
It's
I'll cut
gotta
this
be,
part out, but
yeah.
For a second.
No, that smells like piss, but we're downwind of the bathroom.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. No, this car.
Anyway.
This car occasionally does have some smells if you get the brakes really hot or whatever.
Well, you got to put the plutonium sludge in the thing.
That
So,
doesn't
like,
smell like piss.
I don't know what it smells like. I just know it's flammable.
So, you know, to me, manual gearbox, right? Huge power, lightweight, but comfortable seats, a compliance of, we have the shocks and comfort. So it's got to be usable. It's got to be really fast. It's got to be analog and engaging. Game on.
I think this is absolutely like the perfect car. I really, really mean
crazy,
that. Like,
right?
the suspension feels exactly like what I want a sports car to be, and then you have all the torque. We don't have to wait for turbo to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, all of it.
You know, like the modern stuff, even the crazy McLarens and the Ferraris, like that stuff is amazing, but I don't like covet that. This is like the most modern a car can be, while still just being insane and levels of performance.
It feels old in the right
most analog
places.
a car can be,
Yeah.
while still being in insane levels of performance. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, it is a great assembly of eras. I
Crazy,
think.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. It's the best. Shout out to Rick Demand. Shout out to HRE Wheels. Shout out to R Strada. Shout out to Larry Ammo NYC for all the amazing things that they've done on this car. Shout out to Porsche of Englewood, New Jersey for getting me the allocation. And thanks to you guys for watching, and we'll see you later.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
Hey guys, welcome to one of the most staggeringly beautiful Switzerland-esque mornings we've ever had up here on the canyons. Zach and I are very excited, but we're also a little nervous because it was actually raining at the bottom of the hill.
There was snow on the ground.
And we saw some snow. And this is my brand new 1,500 miles, freshly broken in 718 Spyder Demand 4.5. Colloquially known on Instagram as Strawberry Shortcake because of the incredible frozen berry metallic paint with the two-tone Spyder Classic interior. And let me just say, if you love this color, great. I'm happy you love it. If you don't love it, go for yourself. Don't care. I love it. I think it's fantastic. We got the HRE R101 lightweight wheels in frozen polished champagne, which are 3 pounds a corner lighter than the factory Porsche
That is
wheels.
that's significant.
It's really,
Good weight
really
savings,
cool. Yeah, it's good weight savings. Offsets my dinner last night for sure. The engine is built by Demand Motorsport in Blauvelt, New York. It is a 4.5-liter engine with an increased bore, an increased stroke, an upgraded valve train, an upgraded rotating assembly. It has 13.4 to 1 compression.
Wow.
Which means it has to run on 98 octane, which means I have to add.
Do they sell 98 octane in California, Matt?
They do, but it's expensive, and I don't want to do that. So
Do they sell it in many places?
No, but they sell a thing to make it yourself,
Yeah.
and that's what's important. The gearbox has been removed, and the ratios changed 2nd through 5th. So 2nd through 5th are shorter, first and sixth are stock.
Because one of the biggest complaints about this car was the gears were way too tall.
Yes.
Way too tall.
Yes. In fact, if you were going to do the engine or the gearbox, I would say skip the engine and just do the gearbox because it changes the car's character. But the engine is really something. So this is actually my first day up on the mountain, driving it quickly. The roads are a little bit damp, so I can't go balls to the wall, but red line is the same, 8,000, and our tires are the OEM, sort of, Dunlop SP Sport Max Race 2. I don't know why Porsche used those instead of cups. Some of these come with cups. I'm guessing it's just what they had.
What a sound, man. Oh my God. The resonance off of the guardrail is so cool.
Folks, I wanted to let you know that we have a new level to our Patreon. If you have been a podcast listener for a long time over at the Smoking Tire Podcast, you probably hear me talk about it. It's where we get our questions on the show, and we've added a link, meaning not a link, meaning a thing that links together the podcast and the video show. We now have a new tier over at the Patreon that will allow you to get all of our car review videos going forward with no ads. And that means no YouTube ads and no host mention integrated ads. I know a lot of you guys don't like ads, but you want to support the show. This is how you do it. Patreon.com/The Smoking Tire Podcast. The link is all the same for the podcast and the videos. And you just click the link in the video description also. That'll have it down there. And sign up for our championship tier. You can get all kinds of stuff, from access to our live streams. You can ask us questions. You can get the podcasts before everybody else. And you can also get all the podcasts and all the car reviews with no ads in perpetuity. You get a special feed for them. So check that out and enjoy the rest of this video with my brand new Frozen Berry Metallic Demand 4.5 liter Boxster Spyder.
The tone is completely different from any other Porsche. It has more bass, which comes from the bigger bore. Originally, I said it was like a cup car, but that's not right. It has this really thumpy tonality to it, and Demand offers a few different, look at this cloud we're about to go through. Demand offers a few different exhaust options with this thing. I opted for the quietest one. So we have the Fab Speed header with cat, Fab Speed over axle pipe, and then we have the stock Porsche valved mufflers. So for instance, if I press this button, well, above 4,000 it forces the valve open anyway, but right now,
yeah, when you first started it for me and it was in quiet mode, it idles like it's bone stock.
Like it's stock.
And you can drive on the highway, you know, in a civilized manner if you don't want to be full loud mode all the time, which is great.
I just did a super long road trip with my wife and I was in quiet mode 99% of the time, but now we're on video, loud. Whoa!
Still revs to 8,200, right?
8,000, yeah. Now, because of the war in the Ukraine, Porsche canceled ceramic brakes for the Boxster Spyder for 2022. So Demand worked with Porsche Motorsport to get me OEM ceramic brakes. So I have one of a very few Spyders built for 22 that have the factory PCCBs, and then we painted them red because that works better than yellow.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, it's not quite the same tone red as the interior.
No.
And so I may at some point decide to changed the tone to a sort of darker red to match the interior, but overall, I'm very happy with it. Now, it's a little damp up here.
Yeah, this section can be a little bit dicey.
But, Habibi.
Wow. I have
shorter-
never heard a Porsche sound like this, ever. And
It's
I've filmed
crazy.
so many race cars, so many street cars. I've never heard one sound like this.
Now, everything about the 718 Spyder that is good is still here. They haven't ruined it, right? It's still got incredible balance, incredible poise, incredible feel. Still looks great, in my opinion.
When you didn't change the suspension at all, right?
No, you don't touch it.
Right.
Because, like, remember our friend Nick from VF Engineering said, it's about bringing up the powertrain to match the capability of the chassis. That's his philosophy. For demand, same thing. This car has a ton of chassis, and it's all about bringing up that power level and the gearing to match the capability.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a mid-engine car with excellent suspension, excellent chassis tuning, 414 horsepower is just kind of adorable. It's far too small.
Right, did I even say the power? I think I got excited and forgot. It goes from 414 horsepower and 309 pound-feet to 565 horsepower and 443 pound-feet. The difference is comical, frankly. So,
Will it push us up this hill?
come on! Whoa!
Yeah. Wow, it revs up so much quicker. The gearing is so noticeable.
They also, demand has to use a heavier duty clutch to handle the power, and they pair that with a slightly lighter flywheel to get that really accentuated quick rev up. It's amazing.
Yeah, it moves through the rev range really
Right.
quickly.
Now, I think you should try it.
Okay. I'm a little nervous about this.
Well, be careful, because this one's mine. Sitting on this side of my car. So while you're getting ready, there is one small downside. The engine really operates best in what you'd call sport mode, obviously, right?
Okay.
That's where it's optimized. You activate sport mode by activating the auto blip. They cannot be separated.
So you have to have
So
auto
you
blip
have to have auto blip on to put the car into sport mode. Demand, I clearly expressed my disappointment with that particular feature. And he said that these cars are very tough to tune with this engine to make all the factory stuff work. And that for now, those two features cannot be divorced. He said maybe down the line, his tuner will figure it out, and there might be a way to change it, but for now, I just have to live with it.
If you like auto blip, it's okay, Matt. You can tell us.
I don't, but it's what it is.
Okay.
There's not a way around it, unfortunately.
That is a very heavy clutch.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
It's pretty heavy.
Yeah, you get used to it quickly, but it's heavy. I think the clutch is about the same as the 997 GT2 RS, which was a heavy clutch.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
That revs up so fast.
Yeah, it does.
Holy crap, dude. 3 to 5. 3 to 5.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous.
It's like
Not
my
'cause I'm gonna
Ferrari,
crash.
but twice the horsepower.
Yeah, this actually
Just
feels like
smash
it'd be
the
easier.
throttle.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Oh my God, it sounds so good. Whoa.
Pretty awesome, though, right?
I forgot to look at the speedometer because I'm so fascinated by the tack and how quick it revs. And then of course, the handling and the ride is very good because it was by Porsche and it's the Spyder.
Well, and like, it's a street car. I didn't want a race car. I didn't want a track day car. I wanted a canyon car. And so the Spyder still has some give to it. The shocks are adaptive, and we have them in the normal mode, not the sport mode, which is really stiff. I just like leaving it in normal.
Man, the sound is, I can't get over it.
It's
I just
cool,
can't
right?
get over it. And then obviously having no roof makes it sing even louder and better.
You know, the Spyder roof is non-insulated to save weight. So it's pretty loud even if you've got the roof on.
Yeah.
But it doesn't drone, right? That's the key. There's no drone.
That rev, I have to recalibrate my rev matching. That went from 5 to 7.5.
Yeah.
Like in that tiny, tiny bit of pressure. Holy moly. What's your flywheel made out of? Like one feather? Just do that all day long.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was me. I was going beyond the auto blip. Whoa. This
Power's
is so
awesome, right?
addictive. So addictive. You just want to shift back and forth.
So
Fuck.
at 3,500 RPM, it has 100 pounds of torque more than stock.
Good Lord. Because the Spyder is one of my favorite cars that I drove, like in the last 5 years. But between the tall gearing and, I mean, the power is fine, but with the gearing, it makes it feel like it has 300 horsepower.
Right.
So you got to fix one of those.
It's got the power that you could still brag to somebody about, but when you get out on the road, it doesn't really feel like it. You know? This fucking really has the get up.
I mean, but the Spyder doesn't sound like that either, obviously. Those headers, oh my God, they work magic. Plus, of course, the size of the engine.
This
Jeez,
makes more
dude.
power at the wheels than a GT3 makes at the crank.
What?
Yeah.
Here we go. Start. Oh my God, and the brakes are great, and the pedal feels nice. I mean, it's firm because it's carbon ceramics. That is just, that's worth all of the time.
Yeah.
All the
it's
time.
It's the same, you know, with the PCCBs. With the PCCBs, you have to have a little heat in them for them to work. You know, the first stop on a cold morning, the feel isn't great. But once you get a little heat in them, they're awesome.
Man, 4.5 liter, like that's just this far away from your Mustang, your old Mustang in terms of displacement. And this has 2 fewer cylinders. Oh my God. That is very well done.
Pretty cool,
that
right?
That is really well done.
That's wild, isn't it?
I just want to downshift it and upshift it and downshift and upshift it and downshift and upshift.
It's the best. And then you can look, and then now.
Yeah.
Now it's just, now I can run errands or, you know, not annoy the neighbors or go on a long, you know, 5 or 6 hour road
We'll
trip.
talk about a sleeper too. You can be on the highway and you're in a pink, you know, convertible, and someone is going to think that means something. You hit the button and then and you're just gone.
I mean, it's so cool, and the combination of the engine and the gearing, you know, it's obviously it's loud, but it doesn't feel like a tuner car. You know, it feels like something Porsche could have built.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't immediately get in it and go, well, this has been modified in a way that is until you have to fill it with gas and octane boost.
Yeah, until
besides
you become a
that,
chemist.
you know, you don't immediately go, well, this has been compromised, you know, for performance, because I just drove it to Sonoma and I got 21 miles a gallon on the highway. Listened to the radio the whole time, you know, comfort seats.
The seats are so good.
The seats are great. Got to go with the comfort seats.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm super happy with it. I hope you could see that the road is a little slick, and it's only a 1,500 mile, you know, brand new car.
Yeah.
So we haven't gone bonsai, but today is literally my first time in the canyon.
Yeah, and it's 46 degrees and there's moisture on the road. You know, this is not a time to explore the max cornering grip.
I'm gonna make more videos with this car, especially once I get to 3,000 or 4,000 miles and I can really hang out at the red line. Yeah, right.
But I want to give a special shout out to Demand Motorsport for the engine, the work and they do with the gearbox, and working with them has been really fun. Shout out to HRE Wheels. These R101 lightweights are really beautiful, really light. Shout out to Larry, Ammo NYC, for doing the full correction and the paint protection film, nose to tail. And I really am so excited because this is my first a brand new Porsche, and it has not disappointed me so far at all. And thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you later.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app, available in the Android and iOS store, or go to offtherecord.com/TST.
I absolutely love the Porsche Cayman in all its forms, and for pure road driving, this is the best one of them all. It's the GTS 4.0. It's got that super sweet flat six sound, it's light, it's got perfect balance, and it's the right size for a sports car with plenty of room for two people and a whole bunch of luggage. It's got adjustable suspension, quiet and loud exhaust modes, and a great stereo, which means it's versatile. The GT4 may be faster and more extreme, but the GTS can be a one-car solution for many people.
But that's not all. Porsche has been making this car for a while now, and so the formula is pretty much sorted. It's reliable and usable every day of the year in most places, as long as you've got the right tires. It looks great, it's tasteful, curvy, and restrained in any color besides yellow. Plus, for so many of the important functions, real buttons, real temperature controls, knobs for the volume, knobs for the drive modes. Makes everything very logical, very easy to find. And it's the kind of car that could work for anyone, from a hardcore track rat to someone who just wants a cool, sporty daily driver.
But it's got some real competition from an unlikely place, the United States of America. Yee-haw! I know, very cliche. The Cayman is a very good car, I admit that. But the C8 Corvette is objectively a better car in every single way. Okay, nearly every single way, but we will get to that in a minute.
Folks, got to take a quick second and thank our pals at Carl Friedrich for sponsoring this video. I love my Carl Friedrich luggage. I've got the carry-on, the laptop carry-on, and the checked bag, and they are amazing. I've brought them all over the world. It's got the polycarbonate shell, the Vachetta tan leather handles, a zipperless design, and a bunch of functional stuff inside to keep all my clothes and items from going all over the place when I open it. Plus, with the extendable handle and the silent, speedy Hinomoto wheels, these wheels are awesome. I can zip through an airport faster than a Ferrari. And speaking of which, this one, in this special blue color, is in combination with Scuderia AlphaTauri. The Formula One team needed a special set of carry-on luggage to get their crew from place to place in the Formula One season, and Carl Friedrich delivered. This AlphaTauri collab carry-on is now available on their website, and hit the link in the video description to get one for yourself. While you're over there, check out all the other luggage offerings from Carl Friedrich, and thank you to those guys for sponsoring today's video.
This is the 2022 Corvette Stingray. It's an LT1 and it has the Z51 package. It has CarPlay, it has nice seats, air conditioning, a dual mode exhaust, adjustable suspension, a dual clutch transmission, and it also has a 6.2 liter V8 that makes 495 horsepower and 470 pound-feet of torque. It does a lot of the same things his car does. Just does them way faster.
The Corvette is so much faster mainly because of the torque. This just doesn't have very much of it. My argument is that it doesn't really matter.
Listen to that! Woo! The engine, the 4-liter naturally aspirated flat 6, is just about as sweet as they come. Only Porsche's GT car engines are better. It makes 394 horsepower, 309 pound-feet of torque, which means it has 8.08 pounds for every horsepower. Cayman will hit 0 to 60 in 3.9 seconds, run the quarter mile in 12.1 at 118, and top out at 182. Now those numbers matter if you happen to be taking your Cayman to a drag strip. If you're driving it as a daily, or on the weekends, or even on road courses, the answer is the Cayman accelerates fast enough.
So the Cayman is just happy to participate. What about the Corvette? Okay. Yeah, the Corvette gets to 60 miles per hour, a full second ahead of the Cayman GTS, and it continues that lead through the quarter mile. The engine, of course, is what Chevy's namesake, basically. Small block V8, 6.2 liters, 495 horsepower, 470 pound-feet of torque. That's right, Matt. The torque number in this car starts with a 4, not a 3, or 2, or whatever minute number it is that yours has.
Now, just because the Cayman doesn't have quite the power-to-weight ratio of the Corvette, that doesn't mean it's slow. In fact, once you get this thing going and in the top of the power band, this is unquestionably a very fast car. This car has the 7-speed PDK dual clutch. It is the benchmark in the category. You know, the tall gearing can be the weak link, but you notice it less with the automatic than you do with the stick. Speaking of stick, it is available with a stick, and that makes it better than the Corvette, which is not. One of my favorite things about PDK is the ease of launch control. I will come to a stop, put it in Sport Plus, left foot brake, right foot gas. And there we go. It rides those clutches out for optimum launch performance, and it will do 0 to 60 in the 3s, which is fast enough for pretty much anyone's needs. That would have been deep into supercar territory a decade ago.
This quick shifting transmission is an 8-speed dual clutch. It was developed by Tremec, and it is just as good as what you would find in something like a Ferrari or an Audi. It's not quite as crisp on the shifts as the PDK or as McLaren, but it's very, very, very close.
And how did they design such a good transmission, Zach?
Okay, yeah, they reverse engineered the Porsche PDK transmission. But if you're going to copy someone, copy the best, right? It is a very, very good dual clutch. It shifts quick when I want it to. It can smooth out a lot when I want it to be refined. Excellent, excellent job.
You may have more power, but you cannot get away from the Porsche. At only 3,185 pounds, the GTS is a verifiable lightweight, 5 pounds in fact lighter than the 911 GT3 RS. Has a super low center of gravity with that flat 6 mid-engine configuration. You feel like you're sunk down in between the wheel arches, and I love that. The steering is as sweet as any sports car on sale at any price. I hesitate to use the P word, but I won't. The steering is perfect, which is accentuated by a wheel that is perfectly round.
At least it's not a yoke. It's not round, but it's not a yoke. steering is light. It's a little too light. There's a little feedback, but I will say the Porsche steering is better. You win that one, Matt. You won't win a race, but you win a subjective test. This Stingray has the 1LT package, which is basically the base car. It's the cheapest trim level you can get. It now comes with CarPlay, but it doesn't have things like air-conditioned seats. Really, the only option this car has is the Z51 package, which is a must-have, in my opinion. If you drive your car hard, either in the canyons or especially at the track, you have to get the Z51 package. It includes an electronic limited-slip differential, better brakes, an upgraded cooling system, especially for that differential, and the dual-mode exhaust, which is worth 5 horsepower. And if you option your Corvette with the magnetic ride suspension, you will be blessed with one of the greatest, most comfortable riding cars available today. Not just sports cars, cars period. The ride in this is so good that when I drove to work today, I actually thought I was on a different highway than I normally commute on because it felt completely different. And the technology is so amazing because it allows us to have our comfortable cake, but also eat road courses too. With a touch of a button, you can firm up the suspension, and then this thing can lap at a road course all day long and be great at it. It's a wonderful world to live in. Yes, Porsche invented the PDK, but a lot of companies, including Ferrari, licensed the suspension that was invented by GM.
Porsche's adaptive dampers may not be as advanced as magnetic ride control, but they still offer distinct driving modes, excellent body control, and in comfort mode, a very smooth ride that I could use every single day, no matter the tarmac quality. The steering really talks to me. The tires are usable even in rain, which I've driven this car in rain all weekend. It's just fine. And although the gearbox lags in regular mode, it's one click away from sport. Everything is in the right setting. And now the engine revs out perfectly for everyday use.
This car weighs 3,600, 3,500 pounds, depending on the options you get, but in the corners, it does not feel like it. It feels like it on the highway. It feels very solid, and it feels like a refined ride. And then when you get in the corners and you put the hammer down, this thing will eat road courses. And here's why. The Corvette has double wishbone front suspension. Basically the best suspension design there is. And if you want to get it on a Porsche, you have to get the GT3. It's not available on a Cayman GTS. So sorry, do you have another $100,000? Double wishbone suspension means that when a car hits a bump, the tire stays as flat as possible over that bump. So it's able to move with the road while maintaining an excellent contact patch.
His special magnetic suspension means the Vette corners at 1.03 Gs, which is the same number as the Cayman. And then there's the rest of the car.
There are some things that Porsche has unquestionably done better here. The quality of the interior and the refinement is better. Even though at $96,000, this car has a manually adjustable seat with no lumbar and no leather on the dash, it still feels incredibly high quality, reinforcing the fact that it's not just putting leather on stuff that makes it luxurious. It's how tight it's screwed together. The ergonomics of this car are better. Both of our cars are two-seater with front and rear trunks, and yet this car feels much more spacious inside with a better, more usable dash layout and more cargo space. Let's not forget, Corvette gave up on the manual transmission first. So no matter what, Porsche deserves our money for still making the thing like that. And if you got the manual transmission, you would save $3,700 and about 35 pounds of weight.
While Matt's cabin was nice and airy, mine was a little clingy. The interior feels like it was designed for Maverick. You know, it's very fighter jet, but I feel like I'm sinking into the earth. There's sitting low in a car, and then there's feeling like the car is eating me, especially around here. Over my three-quarter shoulder here, the reflection on this plexiglass is kind of distracting. I keep thinking there's a car inside the car with me. However, in terms of functionality and quality, the Corvette holds its own. The screens are bright and responsive, the stitching looks good, and I even like the buttons on top of the abstinence wall. And then there's the seats. The seats are some of the most comfortable, supportive buckets I have sat in. I got in this car yesterday. I haven't adjusted the seats since. That says a lot. If you see yourself more as a Thomas Bahama than a Tommy Bahama, you can opt for the 3LT package. That'll give you things like cooled seats and enough leather to keep the entire grid of MotoGP safe.
Zach's interest in leather outfits brought me to one final topic, the design.
Let's be honest. The Cayman just looks better. It looks so good that they've barely redesigned it in 20 years. I mean, you can really see that they saw the first gen Cayman and said, better not ruin that. And then they saw the second gen Cayman and said, better not ruin that either. And they've kind of kept the vibe. It's a classy car. It doesn't have something to prove. The Corvette is like, highway to the danger zone. Ooh, we made a mid-engine car. It better look like an F-14.
Sadly, Matt was right. The front looks okay. I think it looks a little bit like a paper airplane that was made from a previously constructed paper airplane. There's a lot of angles and points on it. The back, though, you see, when they designed this car, it was required that you could fit 2 sets of golf clubs in the trunk of the Corvette. The back is just thick looking, and it looks really thick when you compare it to the very pointed fighter jet front end.
And look, I understand why you would make it a priority to fit golf clubs in your car. I get it. You want to be able to go to the golf course with your buddy in your Corvette. And I had a C5 Corvette, so I understand what a big trunk is about. But the fact is, the need for golf clubs has ruined the ass end of that car, and it would look better if it looked more like this.
However, a benefit of that thickness is the cargo volume, because between the 2 trunks this car has, it has 13 cubic feet of cargo space, which is 1 foot less than the Cayman has. Look, big engines take space, okay? I've got a V8, and I'm happy about it.
Lastly, we had to talk about money. Fortunately, I'm an expert at car guy math.
New for new, the Corvette does seem like a better value. But when I buy cars, I think it's important to do both sides of the math. I might argue that after a few years of ownership, the resale value percentage of this is higher than the Corvette. If you do both sides of the math, I think the value swings back in the Cayman's favor.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. Let's live in the present and talk about the prices when new. A C8 Corvette with the Z51 package is about $70,000. If you opt for the 3LT package and everything, it's gonna be about 90 grand. Now that's a lot of money. That's also where the Cayman starts. So I have more power, way more torque, a better ride, a better suspension design up front, quicker to 60, quicker in a quarter mile, and with the $30,000 you save buying this car instead of his, you could buy another car.
Depending on what you're looking for, it's hard to go wrong with one of these 2 options. But this video isn't about what's a good sports car for under 100 grand, or what's a usable sports car for under 100 grand. It's about what is the best sports car for under 100 grand. So let's get back to the studio and tally up the scores. 2 cars, both great. Tough call, but let's see how they do in our categories. Category 1, inputs. Corvette versus Cayman.
I think I give it to Cayman. I think the steering is just slightly better.
Forget the steering wheel. It's round.
That's a good
We're talking about a round wheel versus a squeal. 1 for the Cayman. Category 2 is a little tougher. Road feel. Both great sports cars, both great handling, and both can be affected by different things like tires and trim levels.
Very, very true. I think the Corvette is a very good sports car, but I also think it actually has a better ride overall, whereas the Cayman might be slightly sharper, but it's a little less comfortable.
The Cayman can be used every day, unlike the GT4 or the Boxster Spyder, which is a little too stiff. So let's give it to the Corvette because it has a little more versatility of use.
Yes.
The next category, I think, is a little easier for me. Style. I think the Cayman is a classy car in a classic shape. You look at it, you see Porsche right away, and it's true to its roots, and it can fit in at the valet, in the canyons, or at the racetrack.
No argument, Your Honor.
Category 4 is character, which I think also includes authenticity. And actually, this one is a little trickier. At first glance, I might be thinking Cayman, because that model has been not changed much for 20 years and goes all the way back to the 550 Spyder Porsche, and those mid-engine race cars from the 50s and 60s.
True, but the Corvette's character has always been punching way above its price point using whatever technology they could put in for that budget, and I think it absolutely does that.
Right. The Corvette has always sort of democratized whatever was going on at the high end in Europe.
They went as far as they could with that front engine platform, and they knew it would cost $1 gazillion to change it, which it did.
Right.
But then they finally did it, and I think that is still within its character.
Having said that, I still feel like the Cayman is a little more authentic Porsche than the C8 is authentic Corvette, even though it fits that formula.
Why? What do you think's wrong with the Corvette?
It's not about what's wrong with the Corvette.
departure?
It's just that the Cayman, there's such a consistency of 550 to RSK to 914 to Boxster, the whole length of, they've been building a mid-engine sports car throughout almost their whole history.
I'll concede this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One for Cayman. The last official category is speed. And actually, I think this one is a little more purely objective. The Corvette...
It's straight up faster, and putting aftermarket parts on it is way cheaper than putting aftermarket engine parts on the Cayman, and you will get far more for your dollar if you put those parts on.
Yep.
So,
Corvette
way
gets
faster.
speed. And now for our final thoughts. The Cayman leads the Corvette in points 3-2. But the question is, for your 90,000 hypothetical dollars, what do you think is the better choice? Okay, in conclusion, the point system says the Cayman is the winner 3-2. But you have $70,000 to $100,000 to spend on a practical-ish sports car. What are you going to buy, Zack Clapman?
If I only had $70 to spend, you get way more Corvette than Cayman. Mine was spec to like $76,000 and still had all the nice accoutrements and stuff like that. But for $100,000, you're just getting more leather, but you're not really getting any more prestige. So for that, I would buy the Cayman.
I agree, and actually, I think it's interesting that if you get a Porsche, whether it's a Cayman or a 911, with fewer options, it still feels nice and tight and put together really well, and I don't miss the lack of contrast stitching and extended leather. Whereas all the Corvettes I've driven up to this point were press cars, fully loaded, 3LT or even more, with extras, carbon and stitching and leather and logos. And this one was still nice, but a little more basic. And for the first time, I saw some of these surfaces in plastic rather than leather or carbon. And I did notice the cheapness. I think I would rather have the Cayman. I already do own a Boxster. And even though the Corvette is faster, I don't value racetrack speed as much as I value a feeling of oneness with the car, a feeling of really high-end quality.
I mean, and the Cayman also feels smaller because I think it has much better visibility. Plus, you have two trunks. So it is, in my opinion, it's a more usable car. Objectively, the Corvette is going to be the quicker car, so you're getting more speed for your money.
And you can take the roof off, which makes it feel airier inside.
You kind of get 2 for 1 there.
You do get 2 for 1. But the Cayman is a smaller car, but with a bigger interior. So it actually feels more roomier and a little more usable. If I was going to work every day, going to the store, running errands, I'd rather climb in and out of the Cayman than the Corvette most of the time.
How much Cayman do you get for like $70,000?
Either a basic S or a loaded base.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 4-cylinder car for sure, and it's going to not have a whole lot of options.
So we should say that this comparison isn't exactly lined up perfectly because there's a $20,000 delta between the two of them, which
Nevertheless,
is a lot.
These are the two best sports cars, I think, under $100,000.
I agree with that.
Wild card, Lotus Emira, which we did not drive at the time we made this film.
True.
But we've driven now. Throw the Amira in, I'm still taking the Cayman.
Fuck.
And remember, always fight your tickets. Use code TST10 on the Off the Record app available in the Android